Yeah. Cool, 12-second delay. That's awesome. Oh boy. We are live, getting set up here. Doing our last minute, getting drinks and snacks, because we kind of plan on being here for a while. I'm not sure how I feel about all this newfangled stuff on YouTube. Capture moments. Ooh. That's frightening. Can you tell it's our first time?
Alright.
Okay.
Where is our sweet dog's thing?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Well, you had it.
I had the bone. That's what I had. If that's what you were looking for.
Where is the bone?
On the dining room table.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh goodness. Analytics stream settings. Oh boy. Stream URL. I wonder if that's the right one. For me to share for people's. Oh, I don't want to go back to YouTube. No!
Water. Oh.
I don't even know. Is that the right... Is that even the right thing to click on? Your connection is not private. Yikes. That was probably the wrong thing to do.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't either.
This is all new and exciting.
It is very new and exciting. I want to delete this. Delete it. Yes, I want to delete that. It's very new and exciting. Our stream's bitrate is higher than recommended bitrate.
What does that mean?
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to find the stream link, right? Maybe it's on our channel.
Sure.
Live now, maybe. There we go. You're definitely muting that. I'm gonna take this. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Here we go. Okay. That's a better. There we go. That's better. I've posted that thing on my page if you want to post it in Uncharted Territories.
Will do, can do.
Will do and can do. That's a nice picture of Stash.
Yep.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Alright. Close all this shit. I don't want to see it. Alright. We've got our chat here. We have this thing going on with YouTube. Got the music. Have the dog chewing on his bone. Alright, everything's groovy. I do not want to open this widget.
Do not open the widget.
Don't open the widget.
Don't open the widget.
It says we have excellent connections, so that's a good thing.
That's
oh
cool.
Shit, you know what I need? Art water. So you just keep talking to our one viewer that we have, okay?
Well, I think that one viewer is me.
Oh, it could be. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Hello, world. I am trying to figure out how to share this thing. There it is. There's the bunny. Huh. You stupid, stupid bunnies.
Stupid bunnies. Okay. Actually, I don't even know if that's our... I mean, it says concurrent viewers. Must be who's in. I don't even know. You better get something out and start drawing and entertaining the world out there.
Right. Right?
I mean, the cat's pretty cute, but he's not even looking at the screen.
Mm-hmm. Just doing the thing. Art. Art and chill.
Art and Joel. Joel.
Which I think implies, like, Netflix and chill, but oops.
Oh. No, I don't think so anymore. I think that's past. I think that's the thing that
Oh, is that
passed.
something that grandmas say now?
I think so. I think somebody was trying to make it popular and it did not become popular.
Well, at least it's not like Quibi, which, basically was Michael Eisner saying, oh, we all need to be cool like Michael Eisner, and I'm going to make a thing by funneling millions of dollars in the idea that you get to watch things that have been super edited so that they're only like 15 minutes long.
I know. Yeah. And I feel like they're still trying to make it a thing, but it's not a thing. Guys, it's not a thing.
It's not a thing, guys. It's not a thing.
I feel dangerous putting the water that right there.
I too
Right next to the keyboard. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fine.
I too like to live dangerously, baby. Yeah, baby. See, that's what grandmas say.
Is that what grandmas say?
Well, they do. All the finest grandmas are saying it. So email this to your grandma.
Oh. Actually, my grandma is on Facebook, so she may already know we're doing this. If so, hello, Grandma.
Hello, grandma.
It is a distinct possibility. I did mark this not for children, though.
Oh, well...
I mean, because there's guidelines, and I'm really sorry.
Because
I swear,
YouTube had that, didn't they?
Yeah, and I swear, I'm really sorry, but I do swear, and I can't have us kicked off because Joy drops an F-bomb without thinking about it.
I think we're going to work on this little baby right now.
What's that little... What you working on last night?
No, I'm going to come back to Copperwood Keep. I'll pick up Copperwood Keep when I want to think about it. Right now, I'm just kind of, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, y'all.
Yikes. That's what grandmas say.
Okay, fine. So already I'm thinking Facebook is showing us that it's better, but YouTube has all these analytics and stuff that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. There's it reminds me a lot of Streamlabs OBS, because they have a whole analytics system about stream health and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is cool. Twitch does that as well. The stream is healthy. We like a healthy stream, right? That's nice.
You sound like my
We have already established that this is a grandma stream, so
yeah, it is a grandma stream.
it is.
Suggestion.
Right? It keeps telling me that our current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate, which I'm actually not computer enough to know what that means.
I am not computer enough to even know that was a thing to know what it means.
Well, I only know this because it's suggesting. YouTube is being polite and suggesting that we slow our bitrate down.
Kind of like suggesting how my doctor says I need to lower my blood pressure.
Yikes.
That's okay.
Let's not talk about that. And then we got our stream settings here. Enable DVR. I don't even know what that is. I feel old. It is a grandma stream.
Right?
Concurrent viewers. 1. Yes. 4 playbacks. I don't know what is that? It even has a question mark. The total number of times the video has loaded, including page refreshes and change of camera angle. This does not increase when a viewer switches resolution. Ooh. Cool. Nice. Fascinating. We're excited.
Well, fuck it. If nobody talks to us, nobody talks to us.
We'll be on YouTube for 4 hours just fucking off. It's fine.
Yeah. This is what quarantine looks like. 2 late-stage millennials basically spewing to the void.
And a cat.
And a cat. Oh, but we have a cat. And we also have a Boop the Snoot picture of a dog.
We do have the...
Give me those gummy bears!
Which I'm sure you can hear the Boop the Snoot. Because he's chewing on his bone right now.
You said bone.
I said bone. Does that make you... you know what? It's YouTube. Never mind. Let's not go there.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know the TOS well enough to know how bad my dirty jokes can get.
I don't know. Pretty bad. Especially if you're one of those people that doesn't do advertising. I don't think I have advertising set up on mine. And even if I did, they wouldn't pay attention to me.
Yeah, I don't think you do either, to be honest with you. But
I
I've
wouldn't
no
want
idea.
to because I'm not worth advertising.
What? Well, listen, advertising pisses me off, so...
Apparently we have 3 viewers now, but I don't know who they are.
That's cool. Should I move that around? We should, close that and just have the live chat up so we just don't even know.
Right?
What do you think about that? I can
Sounds
do it.
good.
Pop out. We're not even going to look. We're not even watching. Look, we got the chat. We can't even see... Yeah, just the chat's up. There we go. Minimalistic, baby.
There you go.
We are who we are. We hope to God YouTube's still broadcasting.
So what I'm working on is just kind of a free-form dungeon map. What are you working on, my love?
I'm working on this Death Knight. I've given him some pretty groovy red armor. I'm very excited because here soon I'm going to put Nuln on him. Nuln oil, which is going to give him a really gnarly, gritty wash. Although my sweetheart informed me that the armor doesn't really look very red.
Well, I mean, once again, remember I am red-green colorblind.
Yeah, I think it looks badass. I'm not going to lie.
Well, he definitely looks like he came from a heavy metal, film shoot.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. The one problem I'm having is his horns are... I can't decide, because we have this thing right here that's coming out of his pauldron.
You said pauldron.
I said... Why does that tickle you?
I just think it's funny, because most people don't even know that word exists.
Oh my gosh. Really?
Really, really.
Oh, well, a pauldron, for those of you who are listening who do not know what a pauldron is, it's a piece of armor that's over your shoulder. Protects the joint. And actually makes it so your armor can move. So your arms are protected, your chest is protected. It's kind of just the armor joint. Anyway, with this guy, he's got this nasty skull and a fucking horn coming out of it. Man, I've dropped 4 F-bombs.
This is YouTube, baby. You already said it's not for children, so we ain't worried about the F-bombs. We are on the we're on the SSS George Carlin.
Oh, whoa. 3 SS's? SSS?
Yep.
What does that stand for?
Smokes, shots, and sodomy.
Oh! Whoa. I kind of want to get off this train. Anyway, so he's got this horn that sticks out here, and then he's got these horns off of his helmet, and each of the helmet horns have got a cap on it, and I'm just trying to figure out what color combination to do here, because I've got a red horn and then a gold cap and a red helmet, and that looks like crap. So, it's fine. Whatever.
Listen, I'm not trying to encourage devious behavior in people who aren't already into it. I'm just saying that anything that isn't part of the Upright Citizens Brigade is technically considered sodomy.
Oh. So missionary or nothing, huh?
Correct. So that kind of narrows down your choices.
Well,
It's kind of like the Democratic Party. Everybody who's not angry.
yikes.
Yeah, I shouldn't do political
No
stuff.
politics. Remember, this is chill.
Right, it is chill. Sorry, I just got done reading my handheld outrage device, which is also called my phone.
Yeah. So none of that.
Yeah, what can I say?
And say no. No to politics. It's art and chill, dude.
It is art and
Just
chill.
chill out.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to tell me what I already know? Because I know, babe. I know. Listen, I'm just trying to express my frustration and acknowledge that the world is frustrating right now, and that I had a headache, and I had to slam 2, like, multi-sized pills to, like, go, all right, fine, I'm going to stream. Because I really didn't want to. We're doing this.
Well, we're doing this thing, all right? Nobody has to see the giant circles and bags under your eyes. We don't have face cameras. Just teasing. I'm so sorry. God, your face.
What?
Oh, were you burping?
I was trying to.
Oh, okay. Kind of stealthily. I definitely ruined that.
You did, but it's all right. We live and die by each other's faces. So I didn't know that he was a Death Knight, or is that just kind of what they're calling them?
I believe on the bottom of the miniature it says Death Knight.
Oh, I've looked. I didn't think it did.
I believe on the miniature website it is called the Death Knight.
That's fair.
This is a Reaper Bones miniature.
Mm-hmm.
I was lazy and did not clean up the lines, so I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't care. And that's kind of what I mean when I say I'm
An
not...
effort was made.
An effort was made, but not very much. I at least washed him in soap and water. You know.
Mm-hmm.
He did get a base of prime, but not real prime. Fake prime. In the form of black paint. Whatever, it's cool. It's Bones, you know.
Bones is cool.
I can't help it. It's like refreshing on Facebook. I had to peek. Is there anybody in here? There's 2 people.
Yep. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. So anyway, I'm working on this dungeon, and the dungeon is basically just decided I was going to do a room a day, and you know, see how fast I can paint myself into a corner.
Yeah. How fast are you getting there?
Well, I've definitely painted myself into a corner, but I figured out what to do. So there's a shaft with this chain in it, and yeah, we're gonna have a kind of cavern that's been dug out of the shaft.
You know, I was gonna give him a freaking option to have clothes in here, like a shirt underneath this. No, it's all metal. This whole hand's metal. The gauntlet is a full gauntlet, yo. So there. Because it's just... That's just what's going on. It's fine. It's gonna look great. It's gonna be great, dude. So you're making a what?
Making a cavern. It's called the Uncharted Depths. So it was just a drawing exercise. I'm doing it because I don't want to be working on any of my main projects right now. Getting my head in the drawing space.
Right.
Right now I'm using my pencil and I am sketching out a cavern that is something that is coming off of a shaft. If you look up at your monitoring screen, you can see the map, I think.
Oh. Monitoring screen. There we are. Probably not a bad thing to have up, to be completely frank with you.
So if you see in the pencil really quick, you can see that I've kind of dash line gently drawn where the shaft direction goes. And then I've dug, or that something is going to have dug its way in the side of the shaft, like broken through the masonry. And so the question I have for you, since you're the only one that really matters,
Yeah, I'm looking.
is what dug into the side of the shaft? What crawled out and dug through the side of the shaft, or what dug out into the side of the shaft?
Dire Badger?
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, what about that thing that we fought in the Dragon Reaches?
Oh, the Ankh eggs?
Yeah. That was scary.
Oh, we can do Ankh eggs.
What do you think about that?
Would you understand if I mentally treated like Ankh eggs like a cross between a Sigourney Weaver alien and a camel spider from the Saudi Arabian desert?
Oh, I meant the land shark.
Oh, the bullet! Oh!
Yeah.
Actually, there's a big debate on... Well, not big debate, but there is a debate on how to say that correctly.
Oh, like boulet?
Boulet? Boulette? and just bully.
Bully, bully.
Bully.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We gotta go.
Oh.
Aye.
Oh, bully. Wrong song, honey. Watch it now. Watch it. Bum, bum. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs.
Oh, it's Louie Louie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why was I singing Louie Louie for Wooly Bully?
Because it's from it's 1960s pop rock, and they all sound the same. 1950s pop rock. Sorry.
I can't think of the Wooly Bully song.
It's really fast. Dun 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 dun. Boom dun dun dun.
I'm pretty sure I played that for high school pit band. To be honest with you.
Oh, I'm certain. Anyway. So yeah, I'm making a dungeon. So far we've got... I should write these down.
Oh shit.
What did you do? Did you drop a worm?
I'm gonna drop a paint cup.
Alright.
Nell was looking at it suspiciously. She's a little muff underneath your chair over here.
Where is she now?
Yeah.
Sweet girl. Alright, Bull A. I always think Land Shark just sounds better.
Land Shark.
Alright. It's one suggestion. I've done a lot of ropers and piercers and dark mantles in the past. I like those kind of subterranean, underdark alien monsters. But I don't know that I want to do that just right now. I really do want something that would have, a Zorn might be fun.
I don't even know what that is.
A Zorn is a three-legged, three-armed denizen of the elemental plane of Earth.
Okay.
They are also kind of eldritchy, horror-y.
Eldritchy and horror-y.
Well, I could also do an Umber Hulk. Which is what happens when you cross an 800-pound gorilla with a dung beetle.
I want to see a picture of that, sir.
Okay. Umber Hulks it is. Umber Hulk colony.
Umber Hulk. Man, that's so bizarre sounding. I don't even know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why, hello, baby. Do you know this is my chair? That's why you came to sit in it while I stood up, huh? Excuse me.
I actually often find it funny to go, or not funny, find it very interesting to go into the kind of the legendarium or the lore of how the game was put together and how they gathered some of the names for some of these things. You can really tell when they were having a hard day in the office.
Good boy, Bloober. Sorry, he's chewing on his bone and Nell just went right for the inside of his ears.
Aww.
And he just kind of smelled her.
Yeah.
And then went back to his bone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good girl. Good boy. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria. I'm just checking on our links here. You know the links?
Yup. I kind of feel like if we end up doing streaming on Facebook, or I'm sorry, streaming on YouTube, that part of the problem is that setting the links up, there's no. It's like, oh, you tell people you're going to do the thing, and it's just better to just, let people know when you're doing it as you're doing it. Giving people a warning or giving people some kind of thing doesn't help.
It does help.
Oh.
Yeah, like all the places say you need to let your people know when you're doing a thing beforehand, so they have time to so they know it's happening. And then,
I think that that's wrong, and I'd like to see metrics one way or the other. What I'm saying is that because it's on YouTube, Facebook is gonna quash it on the analytics. Oh, but hey, Jaden is here.
wow, hey Jay.
Oh, you're not late. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, hanging out. It's whatever.
Guess what? You got our undivided attention.
You really do. No, I mean, like, I feel like if you give people a warning beforehand, but maybe leave the YouTube link out of it, and just have it as like a, hey, we're gonna go live on YouTube, but don't put the link in there. And
so the reason I was mentioning the way I was is that because a lot of places are like, you can't advertise, and some of them I get away with, and some of them aren't as harsh, but it's like, doing it twice within 24 hours is often looked at as a no-no. Like, hey, I'm going to be doing this thing is just as bad as I'm doing it now. So maybe
I don't know.
So letting your people know is one thing, but I shouldn't maybe have spread the word around until later.
Did you spread the word around?
I did.
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe that one, because I didn't know you spread the word around. I just thought you were letting the peeps know.
So Jay, how are you doing?
This is what I'm gonna be excited about. Army Painter. It's because I want to mix these two together. Black and purple.
Huh.
And if I had droppers, I'd be able to control just the drops in it. Right now, I have to scoop it out with paintbrushes.
I understand why they did the pots, though. Because Citadel's system wants you to buy a pot for everything and keep them separate, not do the mixing.
Yeah.
And they built the pot specifically with that little shelf idea.
Oh, yeah.
Which is pretty well designed, I believe.
It's pretty good, yeah. But it's certainly not convenient for what I want to do. And Citadel, I mean, they have, like...
They also have
If you look at it, they've got, like, this is a base layer, this is base, this is layer, this is technical, you know. I mean, they've got it all kind of... There's some that are dry brushing, you know. There's special effects stuff.
Interesting, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. They have created a color for everything. And they do not... I mean, you can mix it, sure, but, you know...
I feel like the only people who do any mixing are the people who like run their own channels or I don't know. You either have to be so into the hobby that you're experimental or so not into the hobby you're like, I don't know that I'm not supposed to do this.
Oh, well, I mean, I think it depends on how much you want to spend on paint. Jay is doing all right and weird. Girl, we are weird too.
We are weird too. So Jay, have you ever heard of an Umbra Hulk? Oh, what's this? Today I got to, in the kid morning, I got to take a walk downtown with one of my family friends from the neighborhood, Anya. And we went to some stores and wore our masks and sanitized our hands. Well,
Nice.
good for you. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, I don't want the primer. Why did I grab the...
Because it's there and it's black. Why don't you hand me the primer?
It's fine. It's going to go in
is it
primer
fine?
timeout. Right
All
there.
right. Primer timeout.
Oh, mid-morning.
Oh, I see.
Listen, mid-morning could be kid morning.
It is.
You know. Sorry,
It's after the
Cat Boy.
cartoons have played. Did you know, Jaden, that there was a time when people didn't have
Back
cartoons?
in my day.
Quiet. Let me speak dad for a minute. Let me be owed.
Okay, you be old there, dude.
Anyway, as I was saying, back in my day, Saturday morning was for cartoons. Cartoons weren't just played willy-nilly around the clock. You didn't have a Cartoon Network or any of the channels or Netflix where you could just be like, I would like to binge watch Steven Universe and She-Ra at the same time. That's not a thing. You had Saturday mornings and you had a small block in the afternoon after school.
Oh, dear. Ooh, what kind of board games are you guys playing? Or that you played? I see that's past tense.
Well, I did see that there was cards being played.
Yeah, that's past tense. Because Jaden is 2 hours ahead of us. You are in the future, my dear. How does it feel to
Future!
How does it feel to speak to the past?
Literally and figuratively.
Nice zing. putting purple on this cloak. Just going for it. Yeah, Patrick suggested it. Might as well.
Patrick suggested it. I'm just gonna do it.
Just gonna do it. Put purple. Purple cloak. He's a regal MFer.
But in purple, I am stunning.
And purple ain't stunning. Does not have dancing shoes though.
How did his saddest line ever go?
My feet are too or what is it? My shoes are too small, and I forgot
How to dance.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the saddest line ever. From Babylon 5, for anyone who may be wondering.
My shoes are too small.
My shoes are too small, and I've forgotten how to dance.
So moving on from that sad.
Yikes. That's so sad.
It is so sad. So how do I want to do this?
See, I'm glad that nobody can see my painting face. Like, my mouth is open, and I make kind of weird...
It's actually pretty fascinating, folks. She's actually able to take her tongue and like place it all the way up on her eyebrow.
Yeah.
While her bottom lip sags, nearly touching the paintbrush, and there's a spindle of drool that's starting to form.
Man, I should do an only for fans thing.
Right?
I don't really understand it too much because I'm old. Jay says, I remember when Nanny used to babysit me when I would go on the weekends. All there was to do was eat and talk, but on Saturdays, that's when the fun was unleashed. You got to watch all the cartoons. Nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I was wondering what kind of board games you were playing.
Hey!
Andrew Davis just subscribed. Woohoo!
Thanks, buddy. Hope you're having a good time. I hope you've got out your miniatures or that you're doing something interesting, like, I don't know, binge watching The Mandalorian for like the 50,000th time.
Petting the dog.
There it is, petting the dog.
Listen, petting the dog is always an interesting time.
You know, if you can get your fingers back.
But that's true. That's true.
Excuse me while I burp. So Jay, or Drew, have you ever heard of an Umber Hulk?
Nobody knows what that is.
If they play Dungeons and Dragons in the 80s, they do. If they watch Critical Role, they do. Although
What?
I don't watch Critical Role really that much anyway.
You did it in Critical Role? Well, now you have to do it.
Well, I mean, Critical Role is amazing, but it's just so much of it.
You gotta do it. Right?
Jay says that we got to play Rat-a-Tat-Cat, and it's a get your mind thinking card game.
That's cool.
Played a game called Stinky Pig, and it's a fast-paced rolling and dice game. Is that anything like Pig? What is it? Pig Dice? What was that?
Pass the Pigs.
Pass the Pigs. There's actually a game that uses plastic pigs as dice.
Mm-hmm. They're rubber.
Ugh.
They're little rubber pigs.
All right, whatever. Huh. Indian Xanther Gum.
Yes, that's actually the most accurate, which is what we like to hear.
You are technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
So I really like having that fan on, but it is definitely quit drying my paints out pretty quickly.
Well, we can turn the fan off if you want.
Maybe.
It's not like we have a lot of fans anyway.
Aww.
Womp womp.
Damn it, why would you say something so mean?
Why would I say something so controversial yet so brave?
Yes, that.
There you
That's
are.
actually what I mean. Oh, hello, Nellis.
Ah,
Oh, goodness.
Nellis the kit. I need my
Hi.
circles.
Oh my gosh. I stood up and she's like, oh, thank you for vacating your seat. I will take it now.
Mm-hmm. That's what she does. The cat's always unhappy when somebody is in her seat.
That's my seat. And my seat is always her seat. Doesn't
Yup.
matter what seat it is. As soon as I get it. Let's see. Taco Takeover. Just a fast-paced, super...
I have played Taco Takeover, I believe, with you.
I bet you both are very competitive now, babies. I know. You have... Oh, my goodness.
Bring her this way if you can. Place her down on one of the pads.
I bring her to you.
Mm-hmm.
That she may grace your work area.
Oh, boy.
Laundry's done.
Ding, clothes are done.
Ding, clothes are done.
Hi, Boober. You having a good time over there?
We played LGBTQ taco shop.
That sounds risque.
It is a little bit. No, baby, don't drink my water.
I want to be on this pillow. Give me this pillow now.
She wants to be in my seat.
Aww.
Yeah, I know. That's what's going on here. That's why she has put her head upon my arm. She says, "Excuse
She's
me."
pressing.
Yeah.
If she presses hard enough, just maybe.
Maybe, just maybe, she can push me out of my seat. Don't drink my water.
Don't drink the water.
Don't drink the water, baby. Don't do it.
How's the music, Jay? How's the music, Drew? Is it too loud? Is it on point?
I don't know if Drew actually joined us. He might just be stalking us.
I'm going to pretend that he joined us.
Oh, okay.
I can pretend to have friends.
Oh, Drew is our friend.
Well, I meant online. What are you doing, baby?
He's looking for a spot.
Yeah, her secondary spot. Her consolation spot.
It was weird, like we had gay tacos.
Shh.
Is it tocos or tacos?
It's tacos.
Is it tacos?
On that, I am going to draw a line in the sand. And I don't care what any of our British or across Pacific friends say. It's not tacos.
Tacos?
I remember the first time I heard somebody say tacos, I about lost my brain. Hi, sweetheart.
Who said that?
Oh, I was at some youth group organization thing, and they had a speaker from Northern Ireland, and she said, "I remember the first time I had tacos." And I'm like, what is wrong with you? You've been in the United States for how long, and you said tacos?
Tacos. Tacos, dude. Tacos.
Whatever, tacos.
Tacos.
Yeah.
So are you doing a little art tonight, Jay?
Oh, good.
Okay.
She is grabbing her sketchbook.
Sketchbooking. It's always nice to do art with friends.
Art with friends.
Do. You just get in there. I'm glad I got all that swearing out before Jaden showed up.
Listen, she has to get her education somehow.
I guess. It's gonna be from Joy. Alright, this purple cloak's kind of growing on me.
I was going to say that if you wanted to highlight some of his other fabric orange, that would be fabulous.
Orange?
Huh?
Yeah, Jay, you missed all the swearing. I think I dropped 4 F-bombs in the space of 5 minutes. It's all for contextual reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, look at the Nellis on your page. That's nice.
Yeah, it is. She is the nicest. Sweet kitten.
Alright, I'm mixing some purple into this kind of dark purple stuff that I've got. I'm going to do my best to do some shading. I'm not...
Vaya con Dios.
Thank you. Like, I kind of want to, like, do almost speed... Like, learn how to do better speed painting, you know? But also I want it to look good. Does that make sense?
It does.
That's pretty nice. Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Oh, this is a fancy song.
I'm really digging this.
Okay, the laundry's really, really done. Like for reals, it's done. Alright, you're gonna say you're really digging the soundtrack. That's what you were gonna say, right?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, right? I'm also digging it.
It's a good one.
Oh my gosh!
Hmm.
Jay says, speaking of swearing education, mom and dad have started binge watching Longmire. And that has like 70 swear words every scene. Yeah.
Yes, Longmire takes place in the fictional county of Absaroka
Right. And
in Wyoming.
in Wyoming, and we actually pronounce it Absorka here. You know. Not that it matters.
One phone call.
One phone call and they could have prevented that. But yeah, it's very popular here. They really, my mom has a big, she works for the Bighorn County, and they've got a big Longmire poster in their office.
I even had the Longmire author come to some kind of, I don't know, meet and greet.
Yeah, right? Which is cool. You know, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the seam between his cloak and his armor. Just, there's some spots in it where it's like, I can see the white! Urgh! It's confusing and weird, but the scenery is nice. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's a pretty, it's got pretty heavy themes in it. So, Jay, what are you reading these days? I've been meaning to send you some books, but I'd like to know what kind of books you like. Boy, I'm really glad you like this music, because this is the kind of stuff I jam to usually while I'm working.
This is the reason I married you.
It's for my good taste in music.
Also that. You and I are simpatico in a lot of ways. This music isn't holding my attention, but it's also, you know, keeping me, you know, focused.
Mm-hmm.
Just good music for that. Also, you know, 80s like electronica is just kind of, you know, it's the
neat, right?
it's the what would you call that? It's the retro chic right now.
Oh, yes. Retro chic indeed.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong on that.
You're not. You're not at all, good sir.
So I'm having a hard time remembering what an Umber Hulk's underside looks like specifically. So I'm just kind of winging it.
You don't need reference?
Well, all my references are kind of... I guess I could go looking at the reference.
I mean, I don't know. Didn't you make the reference?
Maybe I don't want to.
Currently reading Wings of Fire, 5 Worlds, The Legend of Korra graphic novels, She-Ra, and Princess of Power books. Nice. Those are the ones I've been reading this past quarantine. Very nice.
I didn't know they made She-Ra Princess of Power books.
And that kind of doesn't surprise me, to be honest with you. They all have in common the sense of slight danger, fantasy, mystery. Neat. That's perfect.
I would like to send her some Fablehaven books.
That's what I was thinking. Brendan Mull.
Brandon Mull.
Mull. Do you guys get to the library often? I've been meaning to read the Lord of the Rings series on The Hobbit.
Those are definitely an undertaking.
Yep.
I would definitely start with The Hobbit.
Yes. I agree. Okay, so the library here only opened up to the public last month. Wow. We've done curbside with them twice. That's cool that they're doing curbside.
Right?
I can only imagine, it's like you stuck inside. I need books. Help me, librarians, I need books.
Help you, Dewey Decimal, you're my only hope.
Nice. Alright. That's a nasty color. I don't know if this is gonna work out.
It's a nasty color?
Yeah, I'm just kind of creating little flames on the back here.
Mm-hmm.
And I've made a red color, but also I've mixed this red dark purple together.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because I'm trying to extend the flames up a bit in the cloth.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see if it works out. Actually, it is kind of.
Oh, good.
Oh, Joy, that's so nice.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I guess. I mean, it's nice for me. I think it makes it look neat.
Neat.
Neat! So we recently had our Ace Hardware store move into a bigger building. And our library here is going to move into the old Ace Hardware store. And I'm super excited about that because it was on a side street, kind of hidden in the neighborhoods downtown. And now it's going to be on the main street, which is super cool. And it means that it's going to have more visibility, which means more foot traffic, which means if they have more foot traffic, they have more funding.
One can hope anyway.
Yeah. And the building's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
No places for classrooms and stuff. It's going to be awesome.
Really? Isn't there places for classrooms?
Yep.
So that's nice.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was thinking so. Yeah,
It's
pretty cool.
pretty
yeah.
neat, right? Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty awesome. Libraries are awesome.
I think so.
Jay says my favorite book that I've read so far during the start of the quarantine is Darkstalker. It's a Wings of Fire legend book, and it was so scrumptious. My emotions became so tied to the plot and storyline. It was so delicious. Yes. It's amazing what works of fiction will do to you. I think that's the coolest thing about books. They can really grab you. And you can it feels like you're living with it. you're experiencing the events and the emotions, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was certain our dryer was going to turn off by now. Like, I thought it only went twice.
Nope, 3 buzzes.
I thought it was buzz number 4.
I believe this is number 3.
Oh, wow.
Huh. Anyway, dang, they're done. So I am working on an Umber Hulk layer. Jay, have you ever heard of an Umber Hulk?
Nobody's heard of an Umber Hulk. I know you keep asking that.
Well, nobody said anything, whether yes or no.
And by nobody, I mean me. I am everybody.
Oh, you are everybody. Umber Hulks. Oh, there you are, Trey. All right, Umber Hulks. Umber Hulks are what happens if you were to cross a beetle with a gorilla, and they live in the Underdark, and they have compound eyes, and they can see almost 360 degrees, and they can see in the dark, and they have a tunneling speed that's as fast as a person can walk, and they're massive, and they rend things like trolls. And they're bad news, okay? Oh, and Mind Flayers use them as, as minions.
Like, I literally cannot imagine a gorilla beetle. You keep saying that, right? Gorilla beetle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Yeah. Jay says that's crazy cool. Which I agree, but I can't imagine it in this moment. Like, there's just no... I just can't. Yeah, I just don't even know.
Well, let's see if they're in the Monstrous Manual. There it is. Oh, I wasn't too far off.
Oh. I was thinking of a gorilla face, but I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was really, really imagining a gorilla with 6 arms. I'm like, what is going on here?
Could be.
Yeah.
An abominable horror from deep beneath the earth, an Umber Hulk burrows into cave complexes, dungeons, or underdark settlements in search of food. Those lucky enough to survive an Umber Hulk's attack often remember precious little of the incident, thanks to the Umber Hulk's mind-scrambling gaze.
Yikes.
So it can hypnotize you.
Yikes. That's really scary. Alright, this is looking actually cooler than I thought it was going to. You know, cooler than I thought.
Mm-hmm. That's neat.
That's neat.
Neat.
Why am I spending so much time on this? Because I want to. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I learned how to do my painting with, Warhammer Fantasy Orcs and Goblins, which means you have to learn how to produce.
Right.
If you want to get that army painted. Because I had 60 goblins alone and 40 orcs, so it was 100 base models.
Right.
And that didn't include my special stuff. Yikes, I would definitely not want to encounter one of those. Me neither. Yeah, right? Makes a lot more sense now. Thanks for showing us the picture, because I was super confused.
Something that a lot of the monsters in the Monster Manual do. So let me back up. So when I first started playing the game, some of the monsters had some of the most elaborate backstories and lore and information. Apparently it is 4. Man, it will not shut up.
I'm gonna go open it, because I don't want to hear it buzzing anymore.
Hey, I'm done! Hey!
Hello?
Hey!
The
Shut up!
laundry's done!
Yes, our laundry droid is sassy. All right.
Hey, come get your clothes before they wrinkle.
Jesus. This is what it's like to be a working class dungeon master. You have to launder your own robes. No minions to speak of, at least none that actually, listen to you. Each cat only counts as about 1/4 minions, so between the cats and the dog, we've got 1.5 minions. Hi, baby.
I like how the dog is a full minion.
Well, of course he is. He's a dog.
You have a point there, sir.
I would just say that cats are casual accomplices, whereas dogs are full-on minions. I am here, and I am ready, and I don't know what we're here for, but I am ready.
Yeah, there goes my tongue again, right up to the eyebrow.
Right up to the eyebrow.
Yeah.
So anyway, as I was saying, when I first learned Dungeons & Dragons on AD&D First Edition, the Monster Manual sometimes went into, like, ridiculous amounts of detail about what a thing was and the consequences of its environment. And then other ones didn't. And some of the ones that didn't were ones like Umber Hulks. And so it seemed like there was this constant kind of push and pull for, well, they didn't want to give away too much information because they didn't have the time to go into it, or they were saving that information for potentially another source book or some other material. Mm-hmm. The point is that there's a lot of monsters that fell through the cracks, and they just didn't get a lot of information about them. And one of those was the Umber Hulk. Now, in later editions they did, but it wasn't something that I got a lot of information on. Like, what does an Umber Hulk lair look like? Do they have layers? And in my experience, it was very much like most of the things in the Monster Manual were just big bags of hit points with different, bed sheets thrown over their heads.
Yeah.
So
that's how I really felt like monsters were, especially in 3.5. It's just what new skin can we give these things?
Right?
Why do we need 5 monster manuals?
Right? Because the whole point of the Monster Manual is basically as a storytelling device, in my opinion, to kind of have the stories that you're building be driven by these monsters, which is why, by the way, I've always been compelled with the idea of a Monster of the Week or a monster hunting campaign, kind of like
the one that I had with Alan Quatermain.
Alan Quatermain, yes, like very, very, what's their name? Winchester Brothers.
Oh yeah, Supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that started off as Monster of the Week, and then that quickly departed from that. But
well, yeah, then it became Gods and Angels and Vampires and Angels and
no, just Demons and Angels.
No, there were vampires in there too.
Occasionally, but not really. Because once you start fighting angels, demons or vampires are just old hat at that point.
Right. It's like
it's fine.
Yeah,
it's whatever.
Vampires are just those street kids that won't go home.
That's exactly how they treated them. You were not wrong about that.
Didn't they have that whole subplot with the cop or the hunter that ended up turning into a vampire?
Yes.
All right, so anyway,
which is cool,
Mm-hmm. So anyway, there wasn't a lot of concrete information about a lot of these things, and the feeling was that it was a bit lazy in description. So whenever possible, I love throwing things about monsters into illustrations that may or may not be implied. Like, Umber Hulks are some kind of insect, and I don't know if they're colony-based or not, but in this scenario, I've decided to take my handy-dandy stencil that has a hex on it and make some kind of hex comb-like structures.
Jay, Vampire Street Kids remind me to draw that.
Yeah, there you go. Basically like Marseille.
Marseille?
Yes, he's a character from Adventure Time.
Oh, yeah.
Marseille is the vampire who has an on again, off again, will they, won't they.
I was thinking it was Lost Boys that you were referring to, but
Well,
That's
Also
definitely-
that, but
also
I'm
that,
also
but
thinking about
that
Jay.
dates
I'm
us.
having to learn a whole new set of references.
You know.
I sitting squarely in the middle where you see Lost Boys was my parents' reference.
I know.
Twilight is technically our reference.
Don't remind me.
Well, actually, no. Our reference would have been Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah, thank you. But none of them were Vampire Street Kids. Like Lost Boys is definitely Vampire Street Kids. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
It is, but actually Twilight is too. Are you kidding me?
Are they street kids? I thought they were high school kids.
Whatever, they're kids.
All the same.
Edward and his
Do they ride motorbikes in that?
Edward is like the poster child for emo street kids.
Oh dear. All right. So
See,
I
she
don't-
knew about Marcel.
Oh, see, good. All right, I'm gonna see. Can we actually zoom in? Here, zoom in on the camera of that cloak, cause it's looking pretty neato.
Yeah, it is.
Like, will it even? Will it? Won't it? No,
Hold it.
it's fine. It's just what we're working with.
Yeah, so if you like what you're seeing, or don't like what you're seeing, and we want to get us new cameras,
Yeah. Hey, I mean,
how's that look?
you can just see. All you can see is the gold detail. You can't see where I put red and orange on the bottom. Can you see that?
I can. In the
Okay.
creases.
Just above the flames.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's real subtle. I didn't know how well that was going to go over. It's real subtle. I may end up having to, like, do over it again, depending on how the Nuln Oil does with it. Alright, it's fine. Give it back.
Just want to see how close I can get it. Just the frame rate is just like,
Closer! Closer!
oh, is that too close?
Ah! Thanks.
Sorry.
Just slam him. It's fine. It's not like the paint sweat or anything.
No.
Actually, that's kind of why I also don't want to spend too much time on the models. It's because they get played with. And so I don't want to be emotionally attached to a paint job. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm starting to get that way with this guy. Gave it him little flame decals and shit. Ah. I don't even know. All right. Thanks, Jay. You're very sweet. I'll take pictures, close-up pictures, so you can see his beautiful cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Which is definitely not a blanket.
Definitely not a blanket.
Not a blanket.
Definitely not a blanket.
Definitely
Donnie.
not a blanket. Wow.
Thank you for everybody who is currently watching. This is just me and my wife, basically chilling out and having art after a pretty long and strong week out in the world.
Mm-hmm.
The only two rules we have tonight is not to discuss anything in the real world, only things in made-up worlds like, I don't know, Eberron or Forgotten Realms
Or what's the Princess of Powers place?
Ah, yes, Eternia.
Eternia. Eternia's on the table.
Yeah, Eternia is on the table. Heck, Neverland is on the table. Although I believe everything canon that happened in Hook is the only Neverland for me.
Oh my gosh, right? It's such a terrible movie. It's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah, but do you not feel compelled to comment? We just appreciate you guys hanging out.
Yeah, literally, this is just us in our downtime enjoying each other's company because my wife works at her job all week, and this is our anniversary weekend, and it's kind of a novelty to really be involved this close with each other. We haven't sat down and had like a painting or art date in a while. Well, I mean, not since a while before yesterday. But,
Right? I was gonna say, didn't we do that yesterday? Hold
this is
on.
our anniversary crafting weekend.
Yes, there we go.
There we go.
Because geeky couples know how to do it during quarantine.
Right? We love craft.
Yeah.
Look at all those eldritch horrors we've been making. Anyway, I'm currently working on an Umber Hulk den for a kind of hodgepodge dungeon.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah. And my wife is painting miniatures.
Well, miniature. I've got a Death Knight.
I'm sorry. Obviously, that Death Knight is so metal that it counts as more than one.
He's pretty much blinding the camera with his metalness.
Right? Somebody find me a metal detector. Brutal.
Brutal.
My love is like a ticking clock, berserker. Would you like to... Berserker.
Berserker.
Berserker, berserker, berserker. Alright, it's time to pop this piggy.
Whoa. What does he have on the back of his bonehead here? I can't even tell.
Oh, I don't know, honey. What does any of us have on the back of our bonehead?
Apparently a steak. Keep it on the staff. Which makes sense, I guess.
My God, just cat hair everywhere.
You think that we had 2 cats or something.
Yeah, go figure.
I don't know what to say about that, right? It's kind of weird. You sound like Trogdor, Michael.
Well, thank you, Shay. I aim to please.
I got real confused. I'm like, how does Jay know about Trogdor?
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wow. Join the Homestar Runner Army. Do you have the courage, the fortitude, the $5? Unfortunately, I never had the $5.
Never had the $5. Dang it.
No, the reference I'm making is not a Trogdor reference. It's actually a Clerks reference.
I don't know Clerks.
Sure you do. Jay and Silent Bob originally.
I never saw it. Like, I definitely missed out on that.
Well, it was a little before your time. Like, Clerks was put together by a bunch of 18 and 20-somethings in the mid-90s.
Yeah, I know about it. I just I never watched it. That's what I mean.
Oh, sure.
Like, it's part of my zeitgeist, but...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shay says I do not know Clerks.
It is definitely a Jersey thing.
Is that...
Yeah. Well, Jay, it's awesome to see you too. Shay and Jay. Shay, say hi to Jay. Jay, say hi to Shay.
Well, and I don't know, since we're on the YouTube, we could just refer to you as M. Octopus.
The Moctopus?
The Moctopus. Yikes. I just know some people, on platforms like to keep their
anonymity.
You can never say it. Which I definitely respect, We had a good friend who started streaming, and she said, for my sake, could you just use my streamer handle? It's like, that's cool. We can do that. Not a big deal. I will not call you by your name. It's a personal preference thing,
Certainly. And I will respect anybody's personal preference.
Mm-hmm.
But here for you now, I think that we are okay.
Okay. It's all good. Okay. And Shay agrees.
Mm-hmm. Particularly because we all have our real names linked to our stuff.
Well, yeah. It's just, just trying to be polite.
Agreed. And it's always better to be polite and allowed than to beg forgiveness, unless begging forgiveness is the only way to do the right thing. That's, you know what? Somebody chaotic taught me that. Weren't me.
Was it me?
Which one of us is who's the knight is really a rogue, and which one of us is the rogue is really a knight?
Must have been me then.
Yeah. I see you're attempting to backstab. That's cute. Is something you've said to me.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. I do not like this Sam I am, but Nuln will fix it all.
No, Noel.
No, Noel. Alright. I think that somebody has ran away with all of my vintage white.
Sorry, here it comes. I did not mean to steal the paint.
Hi, Laura. How are you?
Hey, Laura. Good to see you. She is also from the Monocle Octopus's stream.
Wait. I might have some.
Well,
I got
here
some.
you go.
I got that's wicker white. I found my
Are you saying that you're too good for my wicker?
yes. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Fine then.
I have my own ceramic here. You can keep your wicker.
I will keep my wicker. I know when I'm not wanted.
Oh, jeez. So what is happening, you guys?
It's a hot time in the old town tonight.
I know, right? Shay says I startled Kiefer one night on his stream by knowing his name because I knew him from the mapping group.
Ah.
But he goes by Cave on his stream.
Yeah. Honey, I know that you feel like this is... Ah, there we go. That'll do. I'm really trying to fight hard with the cat space and where that...
I'll move it.
It's fine.
It is fine.
Thanks.
I could make it smaller.
No. Well, I mean, maybe.
There
we go.
There you go.
Appreciated. As you guys can see, there's a sweet little garden of beans right here.
A bean garden.
Yeah, look at there it comes. Let me see if I can coax the beans.
She says no.
Yep, little bean garden. Oh, she says no. No. Fine. The beans aren't ripe yet.
Shay says I'll have to go in a bit. Life is being complicated beast today. I'm fine, but I need to go support for someone else. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you popping by.
And we really appreciate you going and supporting folks, because
Right?
life is hard right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, life is hard, but it's really hard right now.
Right?
Yeah. Ooh.
Congratulations, adulthood.
Not all that it was made out to be.
Well, you know.
Just saying.
Just when you're able to buy ice cream and eat it for every meal, your poor body fails you.
I know. You find out you're lactose intolerant.
Damn it!
And you realize what that's going to mean when you go to work.
I have called out sick for, those similar feelings before.
I've called out sick for less.
Right?
Ew.
So once again, I am not doing a world map or an area map. I am doing what ends up being an encounter map. But you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to do it.
Do you know, I have made the skull white, but I think we're going to go with the heavy metal theme here.
Yeah.
And make it gold.
Golden Skull seems appropriate for the world we live in.
Yeah, it does.
Are we the baddies?
We're the baddies.
God damn it.
Laura says, I'm coloring and lurking. I'm liking the dual camera feed. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And we love it when people lurk. However, you do have to let us know what you are coloring right now. If it's a book of mandalas, or if it's just coloring for coloring's sake.
Oh, Jay, that's cool. She says, I don't know why, but I'm drawing a made-up gem in Steven Universe. Their name is Selenite, and they're blind. That's cool.
It is.
Okay, yeah. Gold.
So as I was saying before about monsters.
Like gold!
Gold! And peeling skin. Oh, look at the size of that one. As I was saying before, I like Umber Hulks, or I like giving monsters a little bit more interesting features. Like, Joy asked me yesterday, so tell me about trolls, and I just decided that trolls were actually fungus. And they didn't have internal organs. They actually created a series of chemicals or had caustic juices inside of a sac inside of them. And that, they absorbed them through the walls of their, myconid flesh.
Yikes. Laura says it's actually a mandala.
Oh, good.
She's coloring. Mostly shades of blue and purples. Ooh. Does sound awesome. I'm not sure which is awesome, but it all is awesome.
I believe there are 7 layers of awesome, and she is talking about all of them.
It's true, right? There are many, many layers. I like mandalas because I kind of get in the zone with it,
I feel that way about trees until my hand starts to cramp.
Right? Do I like gold or pyrite? Well, I'd like to pretend that this is gold, but it's probably not very hard, so maybe it's gold plating? Who knows? Because gold is super soft, and I don't think that would be good for a mace, but it looks cool.
I assume it's probably plating. You know, like you do.
Maybe this is just an ultra meaty wand.
It could be. I mean, most things that are that size, if the horns or the spikes on his pauldrons are anything about the aesthetic of that world, it's got to be a wand-sized head, because if it was an actual weapon, that thing would be the size of an anvil.
Yeah. Right? I'll post it and shake and share it. Woo! Yay. Awesome, thank you. Now, Laura, if you have an Instagram, feel free to drop your link in the YouTube chat.
Yes, please.
If that's the thing that YouTube allows, I hope so.
Actually, I don't know. I don't think. No,
I don't
actually,
know.
the link probably.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't think it'll show the GIF, but if you've got a link, drop it in there.
Mm-hmm.
But this is our first time doing the YouTube thing, so
yep.
We don't really know if that's gonna work. Shay says Tiny Tree Solidarity.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, Tiny Tree Solidarity, while you guys are looking at my Umber Hulk lair, I am going to go and get another beverage. My love of my life.
Yes.
Would you also like an intoxicating beverage?
You know, I would like a ginger ale, not intoxicating, because if I start getting intoxicated, I can't do the fine detail.
Fair enough.
But thank you.
A ale made of ginger,
you
shall
have. An ale
have.
made of ginger, please. Because yes, like I said, I fear tiny details. If I were drunk, everything would be nulled oil in here, including the cats.
Robert Bryan.
Oh boy. Oh, kitty. I'm trying to get him to roll over a little bit so his cute side is facing the camera, not his back. Alright, here we go. We'll just make him totally metal. I'm changing the color of his rod here from wood grain to black metal. So why not? Might as well do it. Might as well go for gold here. Literally, figuratively. There we go. Make his rod fancy. I don't know how many more times I can say rod while keeping a straight face. But it helps that Michael has exited the room. Oh boy. So Shay, are we still lagging like we were last night? I feel like YouTube has got a better connection than we had on Facebook. Not a problem with lag. That's good. And that was actually a lot faster than we were receiving a response last night. Because I think we had like a 15-second delay. And
15 seconds at least.
Yeah, last night. And I'm thinking we're probably down to like 7. So I feel like with YouTube we've cut that time in half. But I'm still not sure about it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Could you do me a favor?
What?
Could you grab this boy and just spin him around?
Sure.
So maybe his cute side is showing?
Let's see what kind of tummy hustler we got here. Come on, tummy hustler. Come on. Oh, you sweet boy. You're so curled up. I hate to disturb you. I hate to disturb your peeps.
Yeah, but it's for the public's.
Okay.
I just didn't know if
Here
we
it
could
goes.
turn him.
And here we go. We gotta move the.
Oh no, Big Daddy, we didn't like that at all.
Okay.
I was hoping you would just spin him.
I didn't know. Here's what we do. Stretching. Oh, and I lift him. Oh, badoo.
Oh
fine,
no, it's a face. No. Why'd you do that, Big Daddy?
Oh, because. Sorry, I disturbed the kitten. I disturbed the kitten.
That's okay. He'll settle down again. What a kitty yawn.
So I've decided that when we get extra cameras, we're gonna inevitably need 6. Oh no, here he comes. He wants to go
I
away with
can't
Mom.
plug 6 in.
So when we get a computer that can plug 6 in.
Like I can plug in 2 more.
Oh, here they come, fighting for the space.
Well, you know.
He wants to rub up on Mom, and there it is. And now I have 2 cats on my desk.
That's fine. 2 butts are better than 1, right?
You know.
Look at those twin tails. Give Rhodey a treat.
Yep. Beaver Dam treat. I
don't-
believe the Beaver Dam treats were, well... I ain't gonna do it.
Nell's not having any of it.
Yeah, now the cats... See, this is what happens when you nudge things, honey.
I'm sorry. I have to mess with it. You know that.
I know. This is why we don't bake fish.
You're right.
Alright. As much as I love this cat and its little rear end. Well, hell.
he was certain that's why you moved him.
Well, there it is. So yeah, so Umber Hulks, lots of fun. Underdark denizens crashing through walls. Oh yeah!
Shifu says, "Hurry up, give Road a treat already."
Well, we don't have any treats for Road. We gave him a toy earlier. He got a squeaky ball.
He got a really yeah, it was a squeaky ball, and I had to take it away from him before the stream started, because he knows when we start sitting in front of the computer, that's the time he's got to grab the noisiest toy he has.
Pretty much. As I ruffle around for chips.
Right? Somebody else is being noisy. With the crunching and the munching. Alright.
Alright. Well, now that the stream is 50% occupied by Cat. Oh, we move it again.
It's because he wants the gummies. No.
No. We'll just get rid of the gummies altogether. Here. Here you go.
Uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Have to run. Okay, thanks for joining us, Shay.
Thanks, Shay. Take care. Be safe. We'll be here at least till about 9, probably 10.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, you have a cat named Pistachio? I love that so much.
I forget I follow Shay's streams so regularly that Joy is just learning about all the things that I've had a chance to learn. But I have to say, Laura, I did not know your cat's name was Pistachio. That is 3 levels of adorbs higher than I thought it was.
Man, I feel like we missed out on an opportunity to name Stash Pistachio. Because it's mustachioed.
We still could.
No.
No, I mean, honey, I don't mean like name. Like, Stash is his Christian name.
I'm sorry.
That's why I said it that way.
Jay says, I have to go. Farewell for now.
Okay.
Alright, have a great time playing Minecraft.
You go craft some mines.
Mining some crafts. Yeah, I was gonna say, have fun and win, but there's no winning at Minecraft. It's just playing.
There's competitive Minecraft, but I don't think anybody really plays that.
Is there competitive Minecraft?
Honey, there's competitive anything. There's competitive farting.
Oh, well, that's fair.
This feels like a top 40 from the 80s that never made it.
Could be. I don't know. Let's see.
Well-
Let's see. Hard Cash 2015
Yeah,
by
no.
Miracle of Sound.
Well, it's just kind of like, what is it? The Peaches, the girls want to be her, or the boys want to be her. That's a great song. It sounds like it's ripped from the late 80s kind of, punk rock. And it's like, wow, I can't believe that this...
Quit.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
This
yes.
is what happens because we have cats. Nothing is ours anymore.
He just keeps trying to lick the salt off our chips. No.
It's because we give him nice food with no salt in it.
I know.
Remember, he is a trash kitten.
A little bit. Little bit.
Not as much as Mouse was. Mouse was he was a Garfield level trash kitten.
Yeah, it was. Or is. I imagine that's not changed.
Well, you know.
So, Laura, do you have to make spots for your kitties? Because we obviously, you can see with the blankets, we have to strategically place them for the cats to sit on. Shifu says that I'm going to come out there and deliver you guys 88 pounds of treats for road. Coming to Idaho or Wyoming or wherever you live. Yet again, that was my dad talking as Shifu. That's funny.
Well, I'll say this. If you guys want to come now. We could really use more people that are like us and a family and a community out this way.
Yes. Oh, Jay says yes, there is such a thing as competitive Minecraft. Alright. I'm just not hip enough to know these things.
Listen, if people can do it, then they'll compete over it.
Oh my gosh, are we there? Are we to Nuln? Kinda looks like
So
it.
I like Nuln so much, I included Nuln as a location in my D&D world. For anybody who's not familiar, Nuln is a city in the Warhammer Fantasy universe, which is a very grim, dark fantasy world. And it has a lot of games, and specifically war games that are associated with it. But the creators of it put a lot of color and character and lore into places like that. But I'm not going to explain the lore of that Nuln. My Nuln, I love a lot because I basically took the premise of what if you had a city that was built on the ruins of an ancient city, and the side effect was basically Baron von Munchausen / Wizard of Oz Emerald City gone kind of steampunk or a little bit grimdark. And the reason I love that is because it allows me to do things like, well, it's also referred to sometimes as the Emerald City because all the towers are made of copper or bronze and they corrode, and so they look green in the distance.
Isn't that cool?
And it sits on the edge of a marsh, and so there's marsh gas, which leads to corrosion, and then also the will-o'-the-wisp. And I love that idea.
That's super cool. I love it. KJ, have a great time. We need to come. You guys need to come out here and we need to do Yellowstone again.
And we need to come out there and give you guys some loves and hugs.
Yep.
All right. Have fun. Do the crafting of mines. It's just you now, Laura. No pressure.
No pressure at all while you're doing your Mandelas. That's the thing. There's not supposed to be any pressure while you're doing Mandelas.
No, of course not. I didn't mean that. Didn't mean that.
Jeez.
Jeez. Thank you, Jay. We love you. So we promised not to talk politics.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk politics.
Okay, good.
However,
No.
I am going to talk about an article that I read recently. A guy who I follow, whose name full name escapes me, but I believe it's Neil Jr. He is a content creator for RPG stuff, particularly old school Renaissance and things like that. And he wrote an article that he researched pretty thoroughly called "Why Should We Care About Orcs?" And I won't go into all the details of it, but he lays out kind of the academic premise and groundwork for why it's important that we give sentient beings within a sentient cultures, or they should say beings that show sentience and establish cultures, respect, because it's a reflection of the values of our society as we have now. And that if we don't, or if we establish ourselves as heroes, killing orcs, but then give the orcs any redeeming value, then we're basically saying the heroes can be condoned in killing.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies? Or subversely, which is he said it was even could be construed as being worse, if orcs are sentient and orcs.
Sorry.
If orcs are sentient, but orcs are somehow inherently evil, and we kill them, then by extension, any other culture that's out there that is othered, is suddenly becomes the orc. And anyway, the point is that
sorry.
It's fine.
You just had to do it while I started the null oiling. It's like,
listen, you're the one who started the null oiling. I was just talking.
I just love it so much. It just is obscene how much I love this shit.
Right?
So good.
You had to wait until Jay left to make those ones.
I did. Good call.
Listen, you didn't give me any warning. You could have said, like, honey, I need a minute. I mean, I thought we had that kind of relationship.
Well, sometimes
I don't get jealous. I don't get jealous about you and your paints, and you just let me know when you're about to need some private time with them.
It just happens. Sometimes you just got to go when the mood strikes you, and there's just no warning. That's it.
Sploosh.
Sploosh. Oh my god. So good. So good. I can't even tell you.
Anyway, without further ado, essentially, I like the article about orcs and why it was important to treat any kind of sentient culture as, deserving respect and rights and values. It also outlined why other people are so resistant to the idea, and they did it service without trying to justify that behavior. And I would agree that on some level you can argue that it's a tone thing or it's a decision by individual storytellers and game masters, but I would argue that art imitates life, and that if you're going to behave that way and not condemn it with the individuals who are heroes saying that's wrong, if you condone it and the heroes condone it, then you are setting yourself back and making the heroes less heroic. You're making them villainous.
Right.
I mean, it's stuff that we notice in things like H.P. Lovecraft now.
Clueless Homesteaders. Hey, thanks for the subscribe.
Nice to see you guys. Glad for listening.
Hope you're having a good time this evening.
Yeah, I promise that's about the most political thing we're going to say tonight.
That orc lives are important.
Yes, because orc lives are important. And bugbears and goblinoids and ogres. Like, I remembered of that meme that went around a couple of years ago where the ogre ends up looting or killing a knight or looting a pile, and the sword has the soul of the knight in it, and it's semi-sentient, or I should say it's a sentient magical artifact, and after long possession, the ogre with this sentient steel club ends up becoming a paladin.
Yeah, I remember that. I was thinking about how I recently saw a comic about a half-orc where it wasn't some tragic, rape story. It was two loving parents where mom was the orc and dad was the human, and they're always sending him off with, like, homemade meals for the dungeon.
Yes. Mom, we
love
have
that.
potions for that. Fine, don't come crying to me when you have a flu because you didn't wear your jumper that I put so much time. But you got your friends waiting and you got potions. Fine, Mom.
See, I love that. I also saw something else recently about...
No, hold on, wait.
All right.
My favorite part about that comic was the fact that the half-orc warrior, his hammer had a toque made for it as well.
Did it? I didn't notice that.
Yes, it had
Oh, it's
it had made for the end of the
amazing.
hammer.
That's incredible.
All of his buddies looking at him is like, dude, we have potions. I know.
know. All right, I don't think I'm gonna do anything more to this guy. I think if I do anything more, I'm gonna cry when he starts getting used.
Fair enough.
Well, I'll base him, but you know.
Fair enough.
I've actually wanted to make some. I saw this one thing in my paper dungeon crafting group,
Ooh, papercraft. Tell me more.
Papercraft, where people were making sets, specifically to take pictures in. Like, so you could get real close to them, and it looks like they're in the dungeon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thinking about that. I'm thinking about the pieces that we have, and if I could do it,
Of course you could do it.
like maybe in this church over here. You know,
That would
put
be
him
awesome.
Put them at the end, and then I would have room for my phone in there too.
Honey, the effectiveness of our cameras and our phones,
It's incredible, right?
it fulfills all of the dreams I had as a child. When we were small, my brothers and I, we would set up our Lego men and our Playmobil, and we would try so diligently to try and get these really cool scenes laid out, but we could never get them framed right because all we had were disposable cameras, or maybe, I think my brother Alex actually had a Waldo camera.
Aww.
He had a Waldo camera that in the corner, all the film, it would stamp a little Waldo in the corner. We tried so hard to make those work, but there's no focus on those things. They're literally a light box, with chemical Kodak film. Thanks, dude. Yeah, just go ahead and lick your balls. Lick your balls. This is what I deal with every damn day. I had to hang a door on the studio just to keep the cats out, and they got so pissed that they cried and cried, and then when I tried picking them up, they got super indignant. Like, no, you cut us out of your life. You don't get holding privileges anymore. And now, whenever the door is open, they come and sit right down in front of me.
This is why you don't work on serious art when we do this kind of thing.
Nope.
Hey, Seamus.
Hey, Seamus. Craft Night
Good
indeed.
to see you. I was thinking about this Facebook group that I'm involved in that's... I can't even remember the name of it now. It's like Scenic Miniatures, and they take like Dungeons and Dragons miniatures and stuff and try to put them in scenes where you cannot tell. Like it's realistic scenic furniture.
You call your pistachio stash
Stash?
as well?
Yeah.
Aw.
Cries at the bedroom door every morning. Yeah.
Ours have stopped crying at the bedroom door because, they get a little bit of snuggle time in the evening before I kick them out. Because Joy is the early bird and I'm the night owl, so I will come to bed a little bit later. But I can't.
They snuggle with me for about an hour or so.
Yeah,
But they're not good bedmates.
they aren't. I mean, you think they're gonna be, and then 2 or 3 hours into it, they start walking around on your head.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. But I just think it's cute you call him Stash. Seamus, I'm so glad you snuck in from work. I have to say I've really been enjoying our one-on-one sessions, and I'm looking forward to getting you involved in the Dragon Marches. Seamus, not to spoil anything, has been creating a pretty interesting character.
Ooh,
He's-
I'm excited.
He's basically created a plague doctor.
Oh boy. Should be exciting.
Mm-hmm. The thing I like the best about it is that rather than calling it a plague doctor, he's got a whole background and kind of like inner working mythology with these guys as they pertain to the world. It's been a lot of
That's
fun
neat.
getting involved that way.
Super neat.
And speaking of which, in Dungeons and Dragons, I've been thinking a lot about world building and two things that almost never get incorporated. We call him Stash. His mom was Tia Beanie, all beans.
Aw.
And his dad was Lucifer, Lucy.
Aw.
Anyway, with Catbutt on our screen, I want to talk about two things that never get really... Oh, here it goes. Yep. Picky paws. Two things that never really get covered in D&D and a lot of fantasy worlds that I've noticed. And that is major weather or climactic events and plagues.
Yeah.
Like, that is never a thing. I mean, there are some exceptions. And there are some exceptions that will be like, oh, we had this thing that happened. But I find that they do not take prominence, or that it's just stuff that gets thrown under the rug. The two exceptions I can think of very specifically, which are neither of those things, but they're similar, are in Eberron, they have a thing called the Morning, which is during a world war, for lack of a better analog. The magic of this world war escalated to the point where something happened and nobody knows whose fault it was, but an entire nation was basically glassed off the face of this continent. And now, many years after, or several years after the war, there's a treaty that's been signed, but this place is still a magical nuclear wasteland. I say nuclear, but it's a magical wasteland.
Yeah. I think nuclear is appropriate in this case.
Well, I know that there's some
Radiation, mutants.
sure. Well,
time
and
warps.
that's what I'm saying is that
All
that's
these
not,
things are nuclear.
that's a very
synonymous, right?
but yeah, but that's a very 1970s pulp sci-fi look at it. And I
Yeah.
know that a lot of aficionados like to distance or separate those things. I, on the other hand, love the analog of the idea that magic is actually analogous to radiation and how it will corrupt or change things.
I'm all about it, especially after we did our campaign with our Basin Guild, and we were using detect magic, and it was like it's kind of like a Geiger counter.
Yep.
I love it. Seamus says the tricky part was working out how plague doctors would even exist in a world where instantaneous magical healing and purification is a thing. That's fair.
I agree. I feel like as far as it goes with 5e, with 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, and even prior versions of Dungeons and Dragons, just in general, that magnificent mundane things are just too prevalent. It robs magic of its potency. It robs it of its mystery, and it makes a lot of storytelling that is very visceral and guttural kind of neutered. Like, I mean, you can see it sometimes in other like properties where, like Star Trek is actually a really good example, where they have to manufacture reasons why suddenly their technology can't save them, and then usually somewhere in the midpoint. Right? And then somewhere in the middle of the episode, their technology saves them anyway.
Yeah.
And the really bad examples of those just involve a lot of technobabble. I don't like that. I feel like if you can start from a more grounded reality and then add magic and have the players be the agents of chaos or the agents of destiny that actually infuse more magic, that becomes a more compelling storyline.
And 3, where canon has magic shops in every corner. Well, and that's kind of also up to your DM's discretion. Mike and I have talked long and hard about his world and how its magic is not common. It's a special thing, which I really appreciate. That aspect.
But even as
Low
I
magic.
even as I say that, I mean, think about how like ubiquitous magic is among all the player characters.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So I mean, it's one thing to say it, but I don't.
What was that? Work the arms, damn it.
Work the arm, damn it.
Restore.
Restoration.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too, is a lot of people have magical abilities that they forget they have. Like at the higher up in level you go, it's like, oh yeah, that thing I can do.
I forgot I had that. Yeah, this is the cry that we all have. If we were actually these characters and working with this stuff every day, we would still forget we had certain things at our disposal.
I don't know about that. I mean, do you forget to breathe or go to the bathroom?
I don't know. I forget sometimes that I have a French skiver that will help me, No, that's a lie too.
Right?
That's a lie. Yeah, I don't know. Low magic / post magic.
That's true. Which is why I like stories like Game of Thrones, where they don't have to explain the magic. And I understand the dichotomy. In a game, you have individuals and players who want to feel like they have some competency and that they understand the world they're playing in. It's very vulnerable to enter a game and say, I want to be able to do things that are supernatural and awesome, and I don't want the rules to restrict me from doing it, because that eliminates agency. So there is a conflict that is not addressed, I think, very well all the time. And the best game masters and the best RPG or just game systems that involve that kind of fantasy think about how that plays out and how to best satisfy individuals who are looking for that kind of fantasy validation, that fantasy fulfillment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm the best at it at all by any means. I mean, I'm a pretty lazy DM. I try and do the best I can, but I'll admit it. I'm pretty lazy. If I can find a solution that's in the book, I will use it, and then try to change or retcon something to make that fit. It's like, but wait a minute, if I have this spell, why would I be worried about that? Oh, well, you see, there was this guy named Bad Dude, and Bad Dude was... So it doesn't matter, just, it doesn't work that way.
I'm so confused. I like Bad Dude.
Right?
I also like the fact that you're still drawing with a cat foot there, which indicates to me that you're very used to this.
Yeah. I'm also not overly concerned right now with what I'm working on. Like, it is what it is. If he was to kick his foot out and touch the pen, I'm not going to be heartbroken.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing. Alright.
But anyway, it's been an absolute pleasure working with Seamus and helping develop this. Because when you create a character that actually has, like, dynamic tension within its own arc and story, it begs questions of the world that I, therefore, too, had not had to ask. So it's always fun when a character creation starts, inspiring other questions and things to be answered.
This area of the map left unexplored due to a cat paw.
Right?
There's a girl directly behind you trying to decide where she can go on that table. Just doing an explore.
Yeah. See, you're so much in frame, Cat, that I can't even actually, like... It's like, where did my hands go? Nobody knows.
It's fine. The reason why anybody's here is for the cat anyway.
I know.
The internet is just for cats.
The internet is really, really great for cats.
Yeah. Everything else is just ancillary.
Pretty much. Phenomenal communication powers. Everyone has cat pics.
That's why I'm in so many cat groups on Facebook. It's much better
True.
than a lot of the other stuff I see.
True.
But even those are a bit curated for me because I, don't want really, really, really sad cat stuff. But for the most part, cat groups aren't like that, to be honest with you. It's actually just my friends that will share horrible things about animals. And I'm like, wow, I'm going to have to unfollow you now, Karen.
I actually had a pretty close call last night. There was a thing about dogs, and it was one of those things where there were a couple stories about dogs possibly burning up in fires and finding out that the dogs somehow hid themselves in the basement and survived.
No!
But didn't have any scarring.
Oh, I know. I saw a horse thing about the California fires, and I'm like,
No, I don't. Yeah. No, okay. None of
and
that.
I don't mean to see them. They're just there. They're on my feed. You know? People just put them there. I'm like, oh no. You guys, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, I don't really need everybody's individual revelation about that the world is full of pain and suffering.
You know.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I certainly post things as well as share it, but right now the pain and suffering I worry about is very curated because there's just too much of it right now.
It's just so much pain and suffering. I'm like, no, Californian fires and people displaced and animals killed and.
All right, this is very too close.
All
to
right,
politics.
I'm sorry. How is that political? But I hear you.
Because
Anyway.
everything's political now.
It's a cat stream with a mapping problem. Thank you,
Shit,
Seamus.
Thank you.
That's exactly what's going on here. I mean, as you can see, I have the majority of my camera focused in on the cat bed here, rather than the miniature I'm working on.
You know, like you do.
Like you do. And there's not even a cat here to lay in it. Where is she? What is she doing?
She is having cat problems.
She's doing an explore, and I don't know where she's at. Oh, there she is. Hi, baby. Will you come up here? Hi.
So speaking of things, Seamus, how is the music? How is your day at work going?
Pachow, pop.
And while you ponder or make yourself available for that question, I am going to go and
Hi. Hi. Are you going to take a break?
I am not going to take a break.
Oh, you said
I am going to
go.
ponder about things. So I mentioned this to Seamus, but I think that the next time I run Dungeons and Dragons, or the next time I run a world, because I don't believe in changing things midstream for one group of characters unless I go, hey guys, there's a functional way I want to change certain things. Are you all on board? But generally it's like, if we're playing a campaign, I keep to it, whatever, whatever's in that campaign is canon. Something I'd like to change is I'd like to change the use of dark vision, and I would like it to be that things that live underground, who aren't specifically, as I might say, supernatural, don't have dark vision, but they have blind sense.
Ooh, blind sense is something we haven't seen for a while.
Exactly, because to me, I think whatever your impression or imagination is about dwarves, I feel like they share more in common with humanity than they do with any kind of supernatural fae, or even any kind of earth elemental magic. So the idea that they live underground, but their eyes haven't adjusted, their other senses have just gotten better. So they're able to maneuver in dark places. Yeah, I know. You got a cat in front of you too.
She's in my lap.
I know. It's just because she loves you. You did kidnap her.
I did. No, you don't get that.
Why don't you put her on the pillow and see if she'll stick?
I put her on the pillow.
Try again. She just wants to be around. Also, remember, she no longer has to compete with her children for the space. Not really. Remember when there were 5 of them and she was like, I don't want to be around anybody.
I know. Just lay there, baby. There you go. Yes. Okay.
No, yeah.
Kick the feet out. I see. This needs a little umph here.
Here, do you want a little umph?
Yeah. Give me a little umph.
There you go.
Put a little umph on this side. Oh, that's nice. There you go. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, we like it. Now it feels like we're not going to roll off, huh?
Anyway, so blind sense. I think dwarves should have it. I think any kind of culture that involves tunneling or mining.
Muddling.
Yes.
Same thing.
That's what humans do. They muddle along.
I turned a knob earlier and looked at an antenna. Seamus, you're hilarious. I love it.
You looked at a dish. A dish.
Seems pretty productive.
Right? I mean, I know that you need to have, kind of be the constant gardener for your job. But at the same time, I'm surprised that more of your coworkers haven't, got really interesting hobbies like ships in bottles or, writing the great American novel.
Ships and bottles, huh?
I was just trying to think of something intricate that, you know, didn't necessarily have time sensitivity.
I mean, I don't know about Seamus's work, but my work frowns upon stuff that we bring into work on, even though there's periods of time where it's like, we're not doing anything.
That's because well, you see, Seamus's job is different. He's in a very technical IT, you know, Seamus would have to elaborate what the policies are for his place specifically, but the sensation I get is, or the speculation I have based on the conversations we've had, is that there is the rules and then there's what policies are actually enforceable. And when you work the graveyard or mids, there's not a lot that's enforceable.
That's true.
So long as the work gets done, usually.
Listen, if you don't burn down the house, we're okay with it.
Like I said, it's policy versus enforcement. Now during daylight, that's mostly why a lot of really crappy jobs I preferred to work night shifts myself. And yes, a cat bed is actually being used as a cat by a cat. However, I will say that this cat bed is actually an old pillow that smells like a human, with a blanket that smells like humans or dogs.
And also a heating pad.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're not seeing the heating pad.
Yeah, so there's a lot of coaxing that this is what the cat wants.
And obviously, you know, Stash is, well, he's on a bed, but
it's not really a bed, it's a blanket.
It's a blanket. It can't contain him. There's no containing the Stash.
Yeah.
Look, I'm actually putting a base on this, or at least coloring the base.
So according to Seamus, we're firemen. If everything is going smoothly, the daily stuff is assigned and tasks get done, they're cool with a lot of stuff. Which is really how it should be. Because truly, especially as more things get automated and more things involve, like, monitoring of equipment, the job market, it has people, they're forcing people to work hours on shifts and then not having enough for them to do, or not having the management. Oh, sleepy dude.
Oh, no.
Or not having the management capable or competent enough to actually manage their employees so that they can gain maximum efficiency. My statement is that if you can't get the management to assign the programs and build the systems to keep you working, then it's still your time and you should be allowed to fulfill those duties.
Well, I've come across the opposite, where management wouldn't hire the people we needed, so we were way overworked and never got what we needed to get done finished.
Well, and that's what's led to a lot of the problems we have today, because they're also running up against that back. Okay, we've wandered into politics again.
All right. Look at the cat.
Look at the cat.
He's just fucking adorable. I don't even know what to say. And this miniature, I'm gonna slap some Null on the base because I think that's gonna look cool too. Because he's coming out of hell, right? Because he's a hell knight.
Is that what he is?
Yeah, he's a heavy metal hell knight.
Brutal.
So having a little bit of Nuln oil down here too is gonna be just boss. Ooh, it's making him look like he's on a moon rock. Lord, that's even better. You know, a moon rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Alright.
Nothing is ever good. I'm always fighting for wherever I can
Laura,
be on camera.
our cat bed is being used by the dog. Aww.
Well, most times our dog bed is being used by the cat.
Yeah. How big's your dog, Laura? Ours is about 70 pounds, so we have to give him the large to extra large beds. And usually Nell, this one I have right
He's a
next to
medium
me,
dog with large proportions.
Usually Nell will sleep in his bed, and he doesn't really like to snuggle the cat, so you'll have this little tiny cat in a big ass dog bed.
So yeah, blind sense.
Blind sense. All right, so tell me about the mechanic of that.
I don't know what mechanic I would necessarily use. In fact, I'm kind of going more old school Renaissance, where I like the idea of naturalistic play, where if we say that, blind sense, all right, well, that means you can kind of travel in dark spaces, that you have a better sense of, space and proportion. That kind of plays into the old dwarven idea of, having sense of direction underground and being able to notice things about the architecture or the change in slopes. But when I say naturalistic...
20 foot radius, then, of being able to see, or at least know what's there?
See, I don't even think I would work it like that. I would just say that, you can travel at, your normal speed underground in the dark without any encumbrance or any kind of difficulty. And then when it comes to, like, things like fighting, I might use, like, blind fight mechanics or who knows. The idea is that I would just play it off as, like, well, as a dwarf, you don't have any disadvantages.
Oh my god, Seamus, dwarf echolocation.
Well, okay, so that might be a thing, but not really. It's not like they would, like... But you know what? I have seen the videos of the guy who was basically blind who did that.
Who rode a bike with the clicking? I
Yeah.
saw that too. Pixie is a Chihuahua cross. She's smaller than Stash.
Oh, what a little duder.
No wonder she's using the kitty bed.
I have a soft spot in my heart for dogs that are undersized. I feel like they've been cheated by the genetic lottery.
Seamus! One harumph maps an entire room.
Shit. No! Stop that!
Doing it!
Anyway, you get the idea. And I love the aesthetic of this one game called Five Torches Deep. I don't like all of the rules or necessarily, but like I said, it's harkening back to an older form of gameplay where it's all about delving the dungeon and torches mattering and dungeon time being a thing, and
Dungeon time. Is that kind of like bullet time?
Well, kind of, actually.
Really?
So the complaint from a lot of people who are trying to, evoke this more old school Renaissance feel, they say that playing 3.5 or anything with a grid feels like you're breaking everything down into bullet time, and they're trying to bring it back to the old ways of, like, having each room being mapped out and literally having your exploration broken down into segments. Which was a thing for a long time. People don't realize that that even in the early days of Dungeons and Dragons, that things were changing every couple of years with supplements, or even if there was printed rules, how they were actually being played, laws versus enforcement was very different. In fact, there was another very interesting poll that Wizards of the Coast put out in 1988, like January of 88 or November of 87, I forget. It was just after they had kicked Gary Gygax out, and they were talking about creating the second edition. They'd already been working on the second edition since 1986. They decided to release a poll that was kind of like asking the community, but they'd already had the first draft of the second edition already written, and based on their notes, it didn't change anything. But it was a 300-page survey that they claimed they got like 300 question survey.
Whoa.
That they claim they got 5,000 detailed responses from.
I can't imagine going through that much.
Well, I don't know that they ever did, or if they did anything with it. But it was fun because the surveys were printed.
I was gonna say, even printing 300-page surveys for 5,000 people.
300 question.
You said 300 pages.
I know, and I tried to correct that. 300 question surveys.
Okay, that's better. But I'm like, 300 pages.
Well, and you know what the funny thing is about some of these is that some of those questions ended up not being questions because of the formatting of the way they did it. They inserted it in the magazine so that it would fit. So literally, like, certain questions, like, no question is the entry. It's hilarious to read this thing.
Oh my gosh.
And the real psychological archaeology going on is how the questions are framed says a lot about what what they're thinking about. Like the people who are designing this, like. When you're playing, do you always use segmented time, or do you prefer to use a more non-linear time progression? What?
I didn't even know that was possible.
Right? And when I
Could you guys include rules for these questions? I mean...
Right? And what's funny is, or like, one of the other things too was like weapon speeds. In the earlier versions of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, they were constantly... This question intentionally left blank. Yes,
Yep.
exactly. In some of the earlier versions of like Dungeons and Dragons, they all had these weapon speeds that they thought people were factoring in as a way of playing in with your initiative. So you would take your initiative, wait for your round to be called, say what action you were taking.
That's covered in cat hair. Ah!
Yeah, right? I mean, they do this kind of puff thing like the dog, and suddenly there's this miasma of like fine hair that's just in my face. I'm like, oh my god, why is my nose just being assaulted by this kitty fiberglass?
Kitty fiber. That's you, baby. That's you. You are fluffier than Stashes.
He's got plenty of fluff. Have you seen his tongue?
He does, but she is fluffier.
Anyway, they would have weapon speed, so you would say, I'm going to attack the orc, and then they would figure out what the weapon speed was, and the orc might actually attack you faster than you did based on your weapon speed. And it was really weird. Nobody did that. Nobody I know ever played with those rules, but there's people who argue in online forums like, we certainly use those rules and we consider them core to the experience. And I'm like, the fuck you did. You are lying liars, you lying liars. I mean, if the one thing that the internet has taught me is that
People are liars!
Is that pedantic assholes who wish to feel superior will stick their nose in where it's not wanted to just gain a sense of authority. Anyway, and that's all I have to say about that. Look at this belly. Oh my god. No, it's fine. That's all I had to say about that. The cat interrupted me. There's this pouch. Yeah. He's a tummy hustler. Yeah. And this is where all his fluff comes from, honey.
Yes. Oh, hello, boobers. Is your collar still on?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get naked.
There it is. All right. I have now coaxed the cat into a position where I can actually draw.
To ensure survey accuracy, please answer this question C.
Mm-hmm. Right? There was a lot of that, Seamus. In fact, Matthew Colville actually does a pretty good in-depth dive into that particular survey. And it's hilarious, you know, as he's going along. He's like, does your group consist primarily of men, women, or a mix of both? And then he'll go, next question. No question! Next question. No question! It's like twice in a row.
Yikes.
Why even have that slot?
Okay. So I have a question for you. In D&D, what color are orcs? Like what's their skin tones?
Canonically, I think it's gray. But for me personally, I like green better.
Like vibrant green, or like a green?
I like to think that there are pigment variations, a scale, and in fact, I would even go as far as to say that orc flesh tones travel a spectrum from gray to bright green and brown. And in fact, the AD&D Monster Manual would say stuff like that. Like, we all have this baggage about dwarves looking a certain way, and then that modern race descriptions, they talk very specifically about, like, a color shade. Mm-hmm. But if you look at the AD&D Monster Manual, or even, like, the Player's Handbook, they will talk about a spectrum. Like, I believe that, like, mountain dwarves are considered to have darker and ruddier... Or no, mountain dwarves have pale skin, but normal dwarves have, like, dark, ruddy skin.
Hey, thanks, Laura. Have a great time having a walk with Pixie.
Yeah, give Pixie love and Treatos. We really appreciate you hanging out.
We really appreciate you hanging out. If we don't see you, have a great evening.
Yeah. I believe that Laura also is on our time zone, so I appreciate that.
Orcs are photosynthetic.
Shit.
I'm good with that answer.
Well, that's certainly the Frank Metzer Warhammer Fantasy roleplay answer. Actually, no, I take that back. Warhammer Fantasy Battles and Warhammer roleplay actually diverge on that. Canonically, orcs in Warhammer Fantasy roleplay are just like other humanoids, but in Fantasy Battle, they are this quasi-myconid race, which are linked to mushrooms somehow.
They are mushrooms.
No, orcs are mushrooms, which I freaking love that they never come out and say it. I really do love the tongue-in-cheek. And the implication that for orcs, the reason they can't stop fighting is because it's linked to their reproduction and their survival genetics, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, photosynthetic. Although I will say that the worst version of that would be trolls with Nilbog is gobbling backwards from Troll 2.
What was that? Nolbog? What?
Nilbog is gobbling backwards.
What is that? What
All
are you
right.
saying?
All right.
I know what you're saying, but what are you saying?
All right. Laura's missing the good stuff. So there is a B-rated horror film that is nominally a sequel to the second worst film ever created in the history of cinema called Trolls. Trolls came out sometime in the mid-'80s along with like Gremlins and Dweezils, and I don't remember. Leprechaun was actually a 90s phenomenon, but yes.
Okay.
So it's in that ilk.
All right.
And when I say that the Leprechaun cinematography and special effects make Trolls makes the Leprechaun cinematography and special effects look like an IMAX super feature from 2019.
Yikes.
I mean, it's awful. Everything.
Yikes.
The framing. It's so bad, it's entertaining. Like, when you talk about some juicy B-level horror,
yeah.
I mean, this is the rarest of the This is horror. This is B-horror Wagyu. I mean, there's so much just like marbling in this. You just can't help it. It's like just dripping. It's the bacon of steak.
Seamus says you invoked the name.
I know.
Can I tell you something that's bothering me about this miniature?
Oi.
4 fingers.
Really?
On both sides, yeah.
Let me see. That is unusual. Maybe they did that intentionally.
Well, since it's on both sides, I'm going to have to assume so.
Well, I mean, like, to distinguish their orcs from somebody else's orcs.
A tiny head kind of distinguish it too.
Well, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, first off, 3 fingers makes it easier for any kind of sculpt.
Yeah.
And these are already pretty detailed sculpts. It's so easy. I mean, even when I'm drawing, I have a hard time not just drawing 3 fingers and a thumb, because it's so much easier to articulate that. And people don't mind. They don't blink too hard.
Wow.
But that being said, yeah, I mean, orcs is hard.
Sure. Orcs don't need to count to 10. Thank you, Seamus.
Yeah, 1, 2, lots, many, some.
1, 2, some, many lots.
Oh, okay.
It's
1, 2, some, many lots.
1, 2, some, many lots. Of course, when you get to lots, you're using your toes. But...
Huh. Well, no. And then there's lots and lots.
Lots and lots.
Yeah. One,
Hey, Phil, come here. I need your hands.
right? An orc named Phil. What was that Warner Brothers cartoon with the sheepdog and the wolf, or the sheepdog and the coyote? Morning, Ralph. Where they're punching the time clock.
Yeah, right. Is it? I can't remember the names. Is it Ralph?
Yeah, I think it's Ralph and Fred. Might be Phil. Seamus, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, here's an input I'm looking for, Seamus. How do you like the YouTube stream?
Oh yeah.
We did Facebook last night, which I think you were working through. So we tried out Facebook, we're trying out YouTube this evening. And we're looking for your input about how you like it. He says, I've never sculpted at that scale, but I guess it's like drawing comics. 8 fingers is easier than 10.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking pinkies.
Pinkies give me no end of hell.
Ooh. It's got such a tiny noggin.
Well, I mean, you know. And honestly, those are the proportions that I would have thought an orc should have. I like the GW orcs because for like miniatures, because it's really easy to tell what they are.
Yeah.
But if you were to like actually scale those up, they are monstrous. Like GW orcs make me think
horrifying.
more of like make me think more of like what people describe ogres as being.
And then like the size of the weapons.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, in relation to the critters, yeah. Yep.
So don't get me wrong, I love GW miniatures for their, you know, their ridiculous size makes them easy to pick out and they're fun. But I recognize that I'm playing with the most gonzo version of what you could imagine.
Seamus says, I prefer YouTube. I don't even look at Facebook anymore except for direct messenger.
Right. I'm sorry that I didn't send this to you in Messenger. I should have done that. You just got done telling me about how you're like, yeah, I'm kind of off Facebook. He is also trying to maintain a steady, healthy media diet.
Yeah, and Facebook's pretty...
Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, still not as bad as Twitter.
I can't use Twitter. I just don't understand it. I'm just not hip enough for it.
Apparently not. Neither am I. I mean, I want to be on more platforms or understand them better, but I missed that boat apparently.
Well, and I think we only have so much time to give to things in this world, and we don't need to give it to social media.
Well, exactly. That's kind of why I said, you know, it's kind of why I said, you know, if you like this, you know, share and leave a comment so we don't have to give more money to Zuckerberg. Yeah.
So do you prefer YouTube to Twitch? Is the other question, Seamus. Let's see how our stream health is doing. Excellent.
Oh, good. I appreciate the likes.
Yeah. Just looking at stuff here. Analytics and stuff, seeing how we're doing. That's pretty good. Okay. GW has always had scaling issues. They drove the shift from 25 to 28 as standard scale.
They did, because a lot of the original miniatures, I mean, if you try and play with them today, you realize, oh my god.
They're so much smaller. Yeah.
And what's funny is that still hasn't stopped doing that, because I gave away I traded a bunch of my old Warhammer 40k Space Marines, and I was looking at some of the newer models. The newer Space Marine models are 30 millimeter. Like they really,
really?
Yeah, they say 28 millimeter, but the models themselves are really 30, and just because, or they've changed what it means to be that way, because they've gotten bigger. Like when I got for Christmas in 1996, the original box set for 40k, which my parents bought me, the 28 millimeter at the time, 28 millimeter Space Marines were well, I've got one that's pretty close. the difference now is like this. If you're looking at me, honey.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what the GW Marines look like now in height.
You should put that
Yeah, I
down
will.
here to show.
So this is I want to say, this is a 98 or 99 Space Marine that I painted. I'm going to say 98 comfortably. So we're talking about an old, it's an articulated one where there were options, and you know, of course, it's bumped out. It's not the injected ones. It's not the greatest painting job ever. Like I said, it was done 20 years ago.
Get him.
No.
Seamus, what do you mean by A/B testing? No idea what you mean.
But I haven't seen a lot of A/B test. Oh, what he's saying is that he hasn't seen a lot of comparative testing.
Oh, okay.
I've seen more streaming issues with Twitch, but we haven't seen a lot of
A to B testing.
Yes. I think a lot of the chunky systems are people overloading their computers. And that's true. We haven't streamed on Twitch with this computer.
Yeah, we have. I have.
You have. I haven't.
Yeah, I streamed with 8-Bit Horizon when I was doing...
That's true.
When I was playing on the Wii. Oh my god.
Yeah. That's... Honey, I think we need a picture of that. Yeah, that's the best.
Are you going to take a picture with your phone just right here? That's good.
Oh, you were going to do a screen capture? You should screen capture that.
Going to, let's see. Adorable, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Same person using the same computer setup on either or both platforms. Okay. Thanks, Seamus.
He is our wizard.
He's our wizard. Yeah. Well, and I guess the other question is how do you feel about using Twitch versus YouTube as a consumer? We're trying to decide where we want to go, Seamus. And I mean, we could split our time, but I personally don't think it's a good idea. I think we should pick one location and just go with it. And just build a community there, wherever that is.
And I agree with that. And I think that for starting out, you should. But I also know that there's several people who picked like a couple communities and they focused in. Like it wasn't just all one thing. It was different kinds of communities though. Like the person I'm thinking of, the model that I would like to follow, or at least use as a benchmark, is Matthew Colville. He had a Reddit community that he was just on from the beginning of time as an individual.
Yeah, but what's he doing now?
Right now, he's doing YouTube every once in a while, like a monthly like Q&A.
Yeah.
And then he's mostly doing weekly updates or monthly updates on Twitch. And then he has basically fun time streams in between, either playing a D&D text-based RPG called NetHack, which was from the late 80s, early 90s. Or doing they're streaming other games with the MCDM group. But where he started from was he had some books that you could access as digital on places where you can get book vending, Amazon being one of them. And that was how he funded himself, more or less. He had a regular job at Turtle Rock Studios, but his social media communities were Reddit, where he was mostly a contributor and where he got a lot of his ideas for videos. And then YouTube, where he made videos. And then Twitch streaming that he would do. And mostly those would be world building streams where, you know, basically people who followed him on YouTube would come and watch him on Twitch. So Twitch, Reddit, and YouTube were his avenues, but he also used Twitter. So he was all over the place. Now, I don't know how the man did it before, because he was doing 99% of all this on his own time.
Yeah.
Before, you know, he became MCDM and got, you know, super funded by Kickstarter. honestly, I don't know how anybody has a functioning adult life that is like multi-phased and, you know, primed on all engines running at full steam. I mean, there's two of us in this household, and I feel like we barely managed to, like, fling the cat over the wall, you know, in preparation for the siege.
Most of the smoother ones I've seen are using dedicated streaming machines that just capture the output of the gaming machine as opposed to the game and stream on the same machine at the same time. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Well, the rig that you helped us acquire is certainly a boon in that regard. We've definitely had a much smoother transition. Right now what we're fighting is the actual frame rate of the cameras that we have.
I feel like I could probably turn those up, but I don't know. I don't want to play with it while we're streaming. I'm not super fluent in either platform, but Twitch seems to be more stable from a streamer standpoint. YouTube keeps making big changes to their operating model, which seems to piss people off on a regular basis. That's absolutely right, Seamus.
Not only that, the streams that I've been watching that are popular on YouTube, they all get monetized very quickly. And I'm not interested in monetizing streams. I'm not going to say never, because I know that people get to a certain level and they're like, all right, well, we need to monitor this some way, and we are using valuable time. I believe that any good community should have access to free stuff while you're building it. I don't want to make, you know, monetization an obstacle.
I feel like Twitch actually has a good model for that.
Well, they've been doing it for a lot longer. Like, I remember looking at Denny and him and talking about Twitch and him being very patient and going, "Oh yeah, I've been on Twitch for a long time." Like, it's been around since the late 90s.
Since forever.
Yeah,
Where have
since
you
the
been?
beginning of time.
Shit.
So, of course, they're better at it. All right, I've been talking as a way of avoiding doing a hard choice.
Well, you can't avoid it any longer, apparently.
I cannot.
The decision time has come.
Don't stop believing.
I've been talking because I seriously want Seamus's input, because I value his opinion and where he likes to go, because he's our good bud, and I want to make sure that he's got a platform that he can stream, or he can, you know, hang out with us from.
Absolutely. So according to Seamus, Twitch has some features that I find interesting from a technical standpoint.
Oh. Such as... Look at these babes.
All right.
Listen, if we just had a cat stream, I think we'd do okay.
Well, you know, no good deed goes unpunished.
Excuse me. I'm really enjoying this music.
Mm-hmm. I honestly thought that this was the music we first put on.
The what?
When you first had this running, I honestly thought that this was just like your normal jam.
Nope. I mean, it feels like my normal jam, but it is not copywritten normal jam.
All right.
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to try to make a wash out of one of these acrylic paints or not. And if so, what color? Chatbot integration? For sure, dude. Lots of streams have interactive features. You're absolutely right.
You're right. I mean, that's one of the... I love having Robot Louis Stevenson monitor my chats.
Right? Well, and then you can have options where... Like, I've been in a lot of streams where they've got, like, a monetary system.
Mm-hmm.
By how, like, how much you watch the stream. So say we use, doubloons or whatever. So you get, like, a doubloon for every minute you watch the stream. And then there are games that you can bet your doubloons at and either get more or less.
Exactly.
And then there was one stream that I watched, and they some of them are just like, oh, you've got currency, yay. But one of them, they had this integration where you could buy like intros. So like whenever the first time you said hey in a chat room, the bot would pop with a custom like phrase or quote or
So
like
that's neat.
snippet of a song. Yeah, I loved it. He says even to the point of streams like Twitch Plays where the chatters control the channel.
Yep.
I love the idea of Claw Arcade's channel. You literally play an arcade claw machine via chat. Dude, I love that channel. It's really cool. There's this one channel I got stuck on that's a marble channel
Yeah.
where you like throw your name in to the chat bot, and then it's a game that is connected like it's specifically a Twitch game that this guy developed. It's marble racing, and you can interact with the chat bot there and give them your name and stuff, and then you have a marble race. All the marbles are, and it's all digital. But they're all let go, and then depending if you pay or not, you can like get custom marbles. It's ridiculous and very cool. Seamus, you're getting me back in the Twitch game because I pretty much had sworn it off to this point.
You would talk yourself out of
I
it.
talked myself out of it
I wasn't ready to give it up.
pretty thoroughly. I don't know, dude. I feel like if I give you a green wash, it's gonna take away from what I'm doing here. So let's do a brown one.
I watched a bunch of painters use a blue wash for their works.
Oh, let's try that. The other cool thing about that army painter set that I want, it's got like 8 washes in it.
Nice.
Yeah. Alright, blue. Unless I got a good blue here. Do I even have blue? Ooh, it's too light. Yikes. This one's not overly dark, but give it a shot. Oh wait, I have inks.
Do you have some inks?
Thank you, Chris. They're professional inks, though.
Right on.
Calligraphy inks.
Thank you, Thank you, Chris.
But I'm pretty sure that they'll work. Like this? Oh my god. What are you? You look like you are purple or yeah, you're purple. What are you? Maybe here we go. Prussian blue.
Prussian blue.
Yep.
Man, that's making a callback.
Yep.
Fun fact: Prussian war games are what inspired Dungeons and Dragons.
What? Really?
Really, really.
That's cool.
It's a long convoluted tale, but it basically goes from Prussian military actions to novelty miniature wargamers of the 19th century from the aristocracy to H.G. Wells, the science fiction writer who developed a set of rules, standardized rules for the hobby that led to the Lake Geneva Wargaming Society that Gary Gygax was a part of. And Gary Gygax wanting to play medieval warfare games, because prior to that it was always classical or Napoleon, with the medieval era being ignored entirely. So for the longest time, the only miniatures you could buy were basically Napoleonic era, troops on horses with muskets, or classical like battles of like Thermopylae or Marathon.
That is some mighty ink we're about to put down.
You wanna like thin it a bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, got to. It's oh my god ink.
Guess what? Orcs are blue.
Really, really blue, friends. Like,
You've heard about the Blue Men of Kentucky, right?
yes, these are actually frost orcs.
Listen, frost doesn't mean blue. That's racist.
What? No, it's not.
Super racist.
No, it's. What are you talking about? That's not racist.
Listen, not everybody lives in cold climes has blue skins, thank you.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, no, we really had to thin that out. All right. I don't know why I let you talk me into this.
It's experimentation.
It is, you're right.
And these orcs, we don't have a lot of. There's not a lot of skin in the game for these orcs.
That's okay. I could be skinning them. Anyway.
Well, no, I mean we've got plenty of orcs. It's not like if we, make this one.
Oh, I see.
There's not a lot of skin in the game. It's not like, and this is orc number 3 of the only 4 we have.
Also, treatment for heavy metal poisoning, at least actual Prussian blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call, Seamus. Good call. So yes, you want to talk about the Blue Men of Kentucky?
Not specifically. I just didn't know if you'd heard about them.
Yes, I've seen pictures. Do you know I'm into kind of weird stuff?
Yeah, I do. Tell us about the podcast you're listening to recently.
Which one?
Any of them, because they're all kind of cool.
Oh gosh. I haven't listened to any this week.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about recently. I was trying to give you an out.
I'm listening to one called Supernatural. I've been listening to one that's Cults.
Yeah, there it is.
That's what you wanted to hear, huh?
Well, I wanted to hear. I think it's funny that there's podcasts that cover that kind of stuff.
Yep. Because people want to know. Dang it, Seamus, you've really talked me back into it.
Seamus is good for that.
Yes. Yes.
So tell us about one of the creepier stories. Like, there's one that was about the ghost or the creepy story thing. The couple that were talking about, like, creepy stories that would freak them out.
Oh, yeah. Scared to Death podcast. You like those guys. Wow, he's very blue. I'm blue, ba-da-dee-da-da-do.
I forgot that song existed.
Yep. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's fine. You're gonna look boss, dude. Might as well just go the whole way here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get your face in it. Yeah. There you are, my friend. Blue face. Yes. So I guess if you paint your old school lead minis with old school actual Prussian blue, the problem solves itself. Thanks, Seamus.
Right?
Were old school minis in lead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were the. In fact, actually, even more recently than we like to think. Like there are collectible original miniatures from Ral Partha and from Ral Partha and some of the old miniature makers that had high lead content that you really shouldn't be handling.
I mean, whoops.
Whoopses indeed. I am not happy with how this tunnel continued on, but it is what it is. Like I said, this is a side project.
It's cool. I feel the same way about this dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna look badass, though.
Industry didn't switch to tin until about 1992. That's what I remembered, because most of the really collectible miniatures. So what's funny was that in the 1970s, when Dungeons and Dragons started really taking off in between 76 and 78, the only miniatures that were really available that were in that niche were the Lord of the Rings miniatures that were made. And so people would literally be using like Gandalf and Aragorn and the Hobbits, and there would be dwarves that would come from like the Hobbit selection. And so sometimes people would like, well, we don't have an orc miniature, so dwarves sit in for everything. because they were, you know, you had 13 dwarves in this one pewter pack, or I'm sorry, this one lead-based pack.
Needs to dry some more. Yeah.
And then Ral Partha came along, and they started doing like hero series where one would be like all heroes of all martial heroes, another would be all divine heroes, another one would be all roguish heroes or all thieves.
So that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just letting this dude dry a little bit.
Like you do.
Like you do, you know. In the meantime, you want to take a look at this heavy metal dude now that the Nuln oil is dry?
Super sexy. That is a good deal. Yeah, no, I would be happy having this on the table.
Cool, you're gonna have him on the table, because... Well, I need to seal him, but...
I will say this: if I had been doing him originally, I would have totally trimmed off these really awkward. I'm just looking at his horns and his pauldron blades, and I'm like, man, that guy is gonna get tripped up by his own headgear real freaking quick.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. But the truth of the matter is I'm just trying to get.
I really like what you've done with the shading on the purple here. That looks awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a great suggestion by Patrick. Different Patrick.
And we got a really long delay going on. Oh, it probably because maybe I'm delayed.
You might be.
Oh, there it is. Alright, there you go.
The early lead-free alloys were terribly brittle. They eventually found a decent tin zinc alloy, but it's still more brittle than lead. Early 90s tins, you could drop it and snap it off an arm easy.
Did not know that. I literally did not have a lot of... Well, and that explains why the sculpts were much more what I would call traditional, where...
Beefy.
Well, they were beefy, and they were... Like, they didn't have arms and swords just hanging out there.
They were all kind of close.
They would bring things in close, you know, trying to kind of bolster it.
Yeah, because we have some of your dad's old stuff, and they're pretty...
Well, and my dad never really had a lot of miniatures. It was just little... They were actually... I don't know the story behind most of those miniatures, because as far as I knew, they never really used miniatures growing up when they played D&D. So it makes me feel like maybe that was from a different era when they had some money, you know, or they were just bopping around.
Sure, it's cool. You buy a thing, right?
Right?
It's like a D&D thing that you buy.
Yep. But, you know, all that being said, I'm so glad to have those now. Mm-hmm. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if if they ended up using some of the Kenner Star Wars miniatures, because back in the 1980s, Kenner made a whole series of metal pre-painted Star Wars figures that were only about 15 millimeter, and they are really collectible now. And I really regret basically scattering those to the four winds.
Oh well, it happens. You guys are kids, you know. You do the thing.
Yeah.
The thing happens.
But, you know, they were... I mean, my dad had multiple poses of Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, and the lightsabers themselves were actually little pieces of red plastic that you pop on and off.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So the miniature itself would have the person in their pose with the sword or whatever, but then there'd just be like a little nipple on the end of where their hand was, and that was where you stuck the lightsaber.
Kind of like Legos?
Yep.
That's fun.
But at 15 millimeter, they were tiny. I mean...
I bet they were.
I
know, I've seen 15 millimeter. It is tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, tiny. Like tiny little, like, diorama size, you know.
They are. In fact, actually, most museum dioramas actually usually did like 40 or 50 millimeter characters, because they knew that you'd have the diorama and then you'd have the glass that, you know, would keep people away from it. Mm-hmm. So people are mostly staring. They would only have half the distance. They would be double the distance away. So they would usually use 40 or 50 millimeter characters, as opposed to like a model train person would be a, like, I believe, Seamus, quote me if I'm wrong. Model trains.
He'll quote you.
model train gauge HO or H. No, I think it's HO. I think the most common model train gauge, like for tabletop model trains, is like H or HO. And those roughly correspond to 28 or 30 or 25 millimeter.
I need tweezers as a cat hair.
You want me to get you some? I'm actually going to stand up and refresh my drink.
I have tweezers back, actually, on my
Oh, all right.
cart. But I hear ya. For things like this.
You know, I think I'm going to call this particular map done. And now the question is...
So it's about 15 minutes to 9.
Oh, okay.
I don't think either of us have had dinner. So would you like to call it?
I'm not interested in calling it per se. I'm enjoying my time here. I don't need dinner. If you would like me to fix you up something, I can.
Oh, it's fine.
We can do it while we're on stream. I've already eaten on stream. I have no shame.
Most common railroad scale is HO.
That's what I thought. Yeah, Dad had HO.
Yeah. Actually, I'll do leftovers from last night. I saw there's a little
Sure.
thing, so don't worry about it. I'll take care of them.
All right, if you insist.
Yeah.
The cheese is in a different box if you want to do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a hot dog.
Oh.
It's just they've been looking at me.
I get that.
So, but I'm not too hungry this second. I'm just gonna stand up and I'm going to regale the bathroom with the sounds of falling water.
The tales of your glory.
Yes. In the meantime, you guys can look at the map I've been working on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going anywhere. It's just gonna take turns here, so you
Yep.
can come back and chat. You know.
See you guys soon.
Okay, bye, honey.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Oh, stand up.
According to the all-knowing wiki, HO is 1 to 87th scale or 16.5 millimeter.
Really? Is that 16.5? Huh. That makes sense, I guess. So 16.5 millimeter is actually what the Kenner toys are probably closer to. I was thinking about, I guess, garden scale then. Because garden scale, I think you could fit 25 millimeter individuals on.
Oh no, is he leaving the room?
Oh no!
Oh noes.
Life is so demanding when you're a cat in social standing.
Oh my. I don't know, I guess the blue's okay. I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. I think that blue was too thick, is what I think. Kind of want to highlight it with something, but really don't have anything that I want to highlight it with. Alas. Oh boy. Oh babes. Oh yes. We do the stretch of some stuff. Yep. Oh yes. I have not actually played with model trains before. That's not a thing that I've ever done. I haven't really seen many either, to be honest with you. Alright, I am gonna hit the skin, I think, with a little bit of this Ulthwyn Gray. Ulthrin Gray? Ulthan? Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know. The shit that I'm playing with. We'll highlight it. Oh noes! What's going on? Are we done napping? Are we done snuggling? No, you don't get to drink my water. There's enough cat hair in that as it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't need acrylic water. Wow. This may be a giant mistake, I don't know. No mistakes, happy accidents. Alright. I've been trying to get away from the dry brushing, but it's just so good. I just love it so much. Yikes, it makes them look scary. That was too much. That's too much. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Too white. What we can do is actually take some of this brown that I was using and lighten it up a little bit, and then use that as the dry brush. Oh no, I got cat hair in my paint pot! Shit!
Tweezer?
No, I got tweezers. Looking at the list of scales, it appears that there are no really good analogs to 25 to 30 millimeter scale tabletop minis, which has always been a pain adapting vehicles into gameplay. So I actually have this dream, or Michael and I both have this dream, where we want to make like a Christmas tableau with trains, but use like D&D miniatures in it. So I don't know what scale a train would be good for that, if they don't translate very well. Come on. I think the closest common model scale is 1/72, which apparently is common for aircraft models. That's cool. Wow, that's terrible too. Yikes. Well, maybe only terrible for his face. His muscles seem to be doing okay with this. Yeah, I don't know if the same kind of... Is 1/72... Is that... Like, how big is that? Is that what we're talking about here with our models, Seamus? Did you seriously just look at one of my things on the floor? Almost. Swishy tails. Swishy tails, yeah. Knocking my stuff off. There are apparently some model train skills that would be close enough to use tabletop models, but they aren't common. Ah, dang it! That's typical. Typical. Because we'd like to make a whole, you know, tableau, like a Christmas tableau with trains in it for the D&D miniatures. I've already started buying some to use just for the tableau whenever we get to it. Alright, this guy's looking better. Alright, dude, you're looking better. I'm liking you a little more. Sorry, I said what I said about your head. Do kind of want it to lighten up, though, a little bit with your shiny dome.
You skull shaming?
Yeah, this guy. I was. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely skull shame this dude. He's growing on me. Alright. 1/72. A 6-foot person would be 1 inch tall. I have this old log cabin that I've been trying to figure out that my grandpa made for me. It's definitely not at all close to D&D miniatures. It's a pretty big affair, but I've been kind of thinking about outfitting it with miniature furniture and stuff. And the world of doll houses is a really scary territory. And I'm not quite sure what size my dollhouse is, because apparently that matters when you're providing furniture for it. Who knew? So Seamus, is this the middle of your work week, or are you on a weekend now? First day of 3 on. Oh man, it's your Monday. Dang it.
Yeah, but tomorrow will be his Wednesday.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You know, right? Was that the doc? You okay, dude? For me, the terrible thing is I perpetually feel like on the weekend that it's always a Sunday, right? So even though today is Saturday, I kind of feel like I'm mentally preparing myself to go back to work. Isn't that crap? Like, you'd think I'd be able to enjoy it, but nope. Nope. Constantly thinking about going back to the grind. Oh shit, is that fur there? Ah, crap. Do the chainmail first. So I'm looking at this orc here, and he's got a breastplate, chainmail underneath that, and then underneath that there's this big old fur on him. And of course, he's got these metal shoe, like leather shoes, but they've got metal toes. With 12-hour days, I have a hard time being productive on my first day off. I bet you do. Do they keep rotating your shifts around, Seamus? Or do you at least get to stay on the same shift every time you do a 12-hour, you know, shift? Oh, jeez. Just trying to get this guy painted black. We're on a 2-week repeating pattern with days, and every 2 months we rotate days and nights. Yuck. I say total nuts to that, dude. Shit! Everything's fine. I just, you know, got a little black on his skin. Shit. Oh, where is it? Did you guys knock it off? I feel like you did. I actually have a brush specifically for when I do the oops, and it just kind of like, it's really short. Oh, there it is. It's really short and really tiny, and it's just very, there we go. Like the bristles are really hard, and so I can kind of like scratch out what I had done. Hey Laura, glad you can make it back. How was the walk? I have a friend who's in 911 phone dispatch, and he has those shifts too. Man, that is so rough.
Heyo.
Heyo.
Can I make you a plate,
Wow.
honey?
No, it's okay, but I need a bite of your hot dog.
Okay. It's the classic hot dog.
I know, I'm coming over for it. You don't have to hand it to me across everything.
All right. Raw onion, bread and butter pickles.
Laura is back.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Potato roll. That's good stuff. In fact, Boober is like salivating over here.
Don't blame him. Oh.
I'm gonna be in that room. An update on my drink.
Alright, a drink update.
Anyway, Laura's back.
Yeah.
I understand.
Pixie walk was successful.
Oh, good.
Had to be careful because there's been cougars sighted in our area. Oh my god, Laura.
Laura, what part of the world do you live in?
That's scary. That's super scary, dude. Man.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
You go and make yourself whatever food you want.
I do it.
Calgary, Alberta. Thank you. I didn't know they called it 911 there as well. I hear the Calgary area is a beautiful oasis on the plain. The prairie. I am just moving the artwork mostly out of frame so that I can enjoy myself a little bit of hot dog. I normally don't like eating at my desk, but I was hungry. Today's dinner brought to you by pickles. Yep, we're that kind of stream. Eating live on the account. Just look at the cats. Pay no attention to the man munching behind the screen. Well, we are currently living...
Do you have any more diced onions?
I do.
I think I need to have what you're having.
I knew that. Do you want one of my hot dogs?
No.
I'd only want the one.
What? No.
I made the other one in case you wanted it.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
I love you. Why are you upset with me? I knew this was going to happen.
I didn't want a hot dog.
You haven't taken my hot dog.
There are more hot dogs.
I would have made you more. I should have just gone ahead and done that, but you seem so hell-bent on the leftovers. Listen, you little scamp. There is more onion if you want to make your own hot dog. Would that make you happier? You just know I like 2 hot dogs, but guess what? I don't need 2 hot dogs. Why don't you get yourself a plate and take half here?
Oh my god. I don't even know what to say.
You married me, you know what to say. Anyway, as I was saying, Laura, it's really great to have you. I am the less interesting of the two. And I really appreciate all the stuff you get to add and contribute to Shay's stream on YouTube as well. We are currently living nestled in between the ridges of the Rocky Mountains in Wyoming, USA. We are about 3 hours from Yellowstone. Well, yeah, we're about 3 hours from Yellowstone. Oh yes, hot dog, come to me. I often wondered if central Canada got colder than it does down here. Because, like many people, I've often thought, oh, the more north you get, the colder it gets. And while I'm not saying that it doesn't get colder, here you go. You're very welcome. You want to take some of these chips too? I don't want all of these. Literally.
Oh, but I got myself some chips.
I know you did, but you have those too. We're both having supper now.
Yeah. We're classy.
One of the cats escaped while I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, well.
Right, Seamus? Hard to contain the Canada envy right now for us living in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that.
So, I have kind of a silly romanticism for, Oh, cool. I believe that. Alberta is a lot like Colorado, although I would say that Colorado has definitely got more cactus than Alberta does.
Maybe. Have you ever been to Alberta?
I have not.
Do you have cactus in Alberta?
It wasn't that they didn't have cactus, it's that I think Colorado has more than Alberta does.
Oh, okay. You're so naughty eating on stream. I don't know what to say.
Meh. Listen, we're human beings, and this is our chill time.
No.
You know?
I mean, I guess we could pause and, like, shove food down our gullet.
No, we're not gonna. We're not gonna. See, tumbleweeds for sure.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Cactus require a certain sustained level of arid dryness. Anyway, that being said, I have a soft spot in my heart for the eastern coastal
provinces like Labrador, St. John's, because we have family connections there, distant family connections there. They married in, or were from your. You had family that lived in Canada for a time.
It was Alberta.
Oh, it was? Okay. But I think the place I'd like to live is actually BC. Vancouver Island, specifically. Of course, I'm sure every hippie and yuppie out there wants to live on, Vancouver Island.
Seamus says he really likes the look of the Waterloo Kitchener area.
Mm-hmm. Remind me again, is that near Ontario? Seamus?
Whenever folks start talking about Canada, I feel like I'm on a map.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's so large, and I don't really know it very well.
Well, luckily, Canada only has 10 provinces.
Oh my god, I thought you were going to say, luckily, you married a map maker.
Also that. That's what I thought. I've actually done maps of rural Ontario for some people years back now. They wanted maps of where they grew up, and I got to do a couple of small towns, and it was pretty idyllic.
Mm-hmm. You know, if somebody had that thing where they get really mad about people chewing.
Is that a thing?
That's the thing.
Well, I prefer to take it the other side. We are ASMR.
Oh, there you go. No, that's definitely a thing. I can't remember what it's called. But a large portion of folks, whenever they hear somebody chewing, it gets them really...
A large portion?
Huh?
Huh.
I don't know, like 25%. That seems pretty large.
Oh, okay. It's not genetically part of my disposition.
Oh.
My family, if you're not talking and chewing at the same time, you're not part of the family. If this does disturb anybody, I apologize. Exactly. Well, really, Seamus, somebody else beat us both to the punch yesterday, and I'm only repeating it.
So speaking of Twitch streams, I found that there's actually a whole subset of streams that are just eating together.
Yes, I heard. I was blown away.
They're not cooking shows.
Yep.
They're literally sitting down and you watch the person have their meal, and it's eating together.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm still unsure of how to feel about it, because on the one hand, I'm really flipped out by it, because it's like, wow, people are actually watching this. But on the other hand, it's like, we've gotten to the point where we want that kind of connection.
Our society has broken down to single serving so thoroughly that our ability to function is now based upon how much of a more communal living we can create artificially.
Yeah.
And I would say that that's not in small part influenced by two separate but equal forces. In North America, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps individualism, the toxic individualism. Mm-hmm. And then in the East, or I should say in the Eastern Hemisphere, because it's also a thing in a lot of European countries, is the idea of small life. Mm-hmm. Small apartments, small single-serving things as a way of taking up less space.
Right.
And there are competing forces that try and pull it away. It's not an all-or-nothing thing, but there is, I feel like, an overwhelming trend based on those two cultural, zeitgeisty kind of forces that have driven us further and further away. We are feeling less and less equipped to deal with the human beings that are in our community because of the human beings in our community, our survival no longer relies on them.
Yeah, Seamus, I'm not stream shaming here. Like, it upsets me because we have gotten to that point where we're so isolated. But at the same time, it's like I'm glad it's there. But it's, you know, I'm having this weird dichotomy with it.
Like, it's like knowing it exists, you know?
Oh, I'm sure there's been a huge increase in it. Part of the reason why we're listening to this particular audio, as opposed to what we...
No worries, Laura. We're just picking up... We're talking about the need for creation of community online.
Right, and I was talking about finding a subset of streams in Twitch that are literally eating together. Like, that's what you're doing. And it's not cooking shows. It's just, you have a camera trained on somebody, and they have their meal, and they're eating. And so you're eating with them, or eating together.
Right?
So,
you even showed me one of them, or you showed me.
I did.
And it was literally the person eating KFC.
Yeah.
Like they had gotten their whatever it was, like $5 box deal, their lunchbox deal,
Yeah.
and they weren't even talking at the screen. They just were picking up pieces of chicken, pulling the biscuit apart. Occasionally they'd look at the screen, but mostly they'd just be focused on their meal. And it was the being in the presence of somebody else who was eating, just all that subtext, like the permission that you could also eat.
Right. And no, Seamus, I knew you were kidding. I know. But yeah, so what I was saying about the audio.
Your
So,
winky face is sinister, Seamus.
It's a sinister winky face. It's an old school and sinister one.
Wee Willy Winky. Runs through the thread.
But the reason why we're listening to the particular audio that we're listening to, by the way, this is a service called Pretzel Rocks, which is right now I'm streaming it in the browser, and it's all music that is not going to be violated by the DMCA, which is the Copyright Act for Digital Music.
You just said it right there, the Digital Music Copyright Act.
Yeah. So my brain just kind of was like, buh.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because since March, so many people have been streaming that suddenly we're having a lot of copyrighted music violations because people just don't know. And so YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch are all cracking down on it.
Which is awful to me, I think.
Yeah, well.
Because, you know, the only reason they're cracking down is because of pressure from the people who own that stuff. Laura, you have friends that host tea parties online?
That's awesome!
Joy, you went to a Zoom tea party.
I did. It was a Zoom tea party, and I got dressed up, and a whole bunch of us got dressed up. And each of us, like, made cookies or biscuits, and we all had our teacups, and most of us had fancy hats on, and it was great fun. And if it hadn't been so early, I might have had whiskey in my teacup. I'm just saying.
Yeah, unfortunately, the tea party was set for
10 a.m.
10
on the
a.m.
East Coast, which was 8 a.m. for me, which I'm still waking up. And
on a Saturday.
well, it's a Saturday, yeah. I'm still waking up at work when it's 8 a.m., okay? Let's not kid ourselves here. Would you like me to take your plate?
Yes, please. Most of my emotions are old school. I learned them in the era of BBS. Yeah, I get you. Your emoticons. Yes.
Yes.
I agree. And what's funny, Seamus, is that some of them have moved on and changed so that when you enter them, they're no longer accepted. Oh, I see, Laura. Steampunk. That sounds like a lot of fun. But I will say this. It's sometimes hard. It's an effort to get involved in that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm all for it. We've got a boon of not having to drive anywhere. Yes, virtual SCA feast.
So are they streaming them, or are they having like Zoom parties? That's my question.
I don't know, Laura. Are they streaming them or are they Zoom parties?
I literally just said that.
I know that. I was repeating it.
I like to repeat myself. I like to repeat.
I like to repeat myself. I like to repeat.
Look at this Snugglebugs.
Yeah, he's a sweetie boy.
Did you do a virtual SCA feast? Because I know that some folks were talking about it, Seamus.
I've stayed away from most of the virtual SCA only because I think it would hurt. It would hurt too much. Just like, oh. Also, I didn't like court that much to begin with.
So what do you think of your map? I like what you did with it.
I appreciate it. I think it's okay. I'm just deciding right now whether I'm going to add some text to it. I think I will.
You have not attended yet. Possibly on Twitch, maybe Zoom.
I could see it being on multi-platforms.
Yeah.
Like if I was doing it, because funnily enough, some people don't like switching from the platform they're comfortable with. Isn't it crazy that even in this landscape, that people will gravitate to different platforms? It's just crazy to me. Like that we've got social media platforms I've never even heard of that people are like, oh yeah. Like there was one that was like a video sharing platform that back in 2018, Periscope. I was like, what the hell is Periscope? But, you know, the DNC and everybody was using it while they were doing some sit-ins. But once again, we're not talking about politics. I'm just saying that...
I was going to say, what did you say? No politics.
My point is that I didn't even know Periscope existed. And then, of course, you know, there's the ones that are trying to get pushed through by, you know, media giants. Like, I'm going to build a platform, and we're going to call it Quibi. And then we're going to pay, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in product placement advertisement with celebrities. And then everybody's going to be like, what's Quibi? We want to know. And everybody was like, I smell a rat. Because of, you know... Well, yeah, pun intended, Michael Eisner. I smell a rat. Because, you know, I mean, people have gotten really, at least our generation and younger, have gotten really, really advertisement savvy. I don't know why, you know, everybody else hasn't. But just the saturation of advertisements, it's like, man, screw this noise. I can already smell it trying to sell me something. To the point where it's really affected the culture, like Facebook groups and chat boards. There's this push for everybody to be creators online, and it's really hard for independent small creators like us to get the word out there, because if you try and just, you know, by yourself, like post and repost and share, you can get kicked off of message boards because suddenly you're advertising. And it's like, I don't have money to advertise. I'm just sharing. But it's considered advertisement.
Bring back ICQ. Oh my god!
5 frame.
I forgot about ICQ, dude.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Now we're seriously feeling old. Thank you, Seamus.
Did you use ICQ?
I know what it was, but I mean, yeah, I probably did. It's just it's been so long.
Oh, we did. My dad really loved it. He had a lot of like JC contacts and stuff on there. It was super big in our house.
See, we use CompuServe and AOL contacts.
Yeah.
We had AOL in our house. We had AOL in our house in 1995.
You used it, Laura? Yeah.
Yeah.
That cute little green flower. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting flashbacks from the dial tone.
We can't help it with this weird, like, new age retro music.
Sure, you know, it's like, every time we wanted to get on the internet, we had to murder a dial tone.
We had to murder a robot.
We had to murder a robot, that's right. Which, that sentence itself implies that the robots somehow had an independent sentient life, because you can't murder something that doesn't have independent sentience.
Oh, the internet is an independent sentient life form.
Yeah, that's my question is, oh, and by the way, actually, I saw a thing that really actually hurt my soul a little bit. These guys took an AI, they hooked it up to an interface that looked like an individual, a human being. It was a well-articulated mannequin, essentially.
Yeah.
And it was pretty brutal what it came back from after, like, you know, 6 months of just diving down holes and algorithms.
Like what was it doing? Just what, being on the internet?
I could not speak to that intelligently. What I can say is that the result of whatever they were doing basically produced a fembot Nazi.
Yikes.
So they'd given it a feminine facing gender quality, you know, hi, my name is Tina or something. Mm-hmm. And man,
it was brutal. I mean, like you see the scripts that people say, I fed a bot, 2,000 hours of Duck Dynasty, and this is what came back. Well, imagine just feeding the raw, unfiltered internet and letting the algorithms of that moment, those weather tides, just take that algorithm and drift it wherever it was going to go, and then compiling that as though that is the baseline for everything, because its first experience is always going to be what it treats as the sample size. Sure. And if it only ever runs into one thing one time, that sample size is then going to be inflated in importance. What it came back with was basically a fembot Nazi, and it was horrible. And they're like, well, we wouldn't call this sentience, but we would certainly, this is what the internet guided it towards. Wow. And I feel like the whole experiment was certainly what I would call like sideshow theater.
Sure.
I mean, it's definitely a freak show, but I think it's unfair, especially like if you do not basically give the ship that you cross the internet on some sales, the currents of the internet can take you anywhere. And unfortunately, some of the strongest pulls, strongest algorithms are the ones that involve the bullshit.
See You See Me from White Pine Software. Yeah, I was wondering, Seamus, because I was thinking that ICU did not have any kind of visual capacity.
Really? They're still around, BBSs? Telenet. I didn't even think about that. God! Talk about old technology, Telenet. Got really nostalgic notes from it. Yeah, dude. Okay. Like, talk about culture shock. When I first moved out here and was looking for jobs, I was looking for office and clerical jobs because they seemed to be the ones that would keep me home. Around here in Wyoming, most jobs revolve around minerals and oil and gas, and they take you all over the place. You're talking about I'm talking about like jobs that will, pay a living wage essentially. Well, the next closest thing that also doesn't involve travel to heck and back and hither and yon and Hell's Half Acre is office work. And I had competency for most of that, so hell, I thought, let's look for office jobs. I was amazed to find out how many places still required me to fill out a handwritten application that I had to print out and mail to the place of business. And some of the questions on these job applications that also, by the way, asked for a resume as well, were things like teletype and telenets. And are you familiar with the operation of the following machines? And like, they would have Xerox machine as one, but then also mimeograph machine. And I'm like, dear God, they have not updated their technology in forever.
Yeah. And this isn't an isolated incident, because when I was applying for jobs, I ran into it as well as like, oh, well, we do have an online application, and our website's not been updated since 2003.
Right? It was weird, like these artifacts of an internet long forgotten. It's kind of like, as we grow up, we look at each other's faces and we see the world around us. It's only when we haven't seen something or been exposed to something for a while we realize how much change there's been. The internet of 2003 looks nothing like the internet of 2020. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yes, Seamus, you could absolutely rock that job market. And I believe that there would be still I wouldn't call it healthy, but there would certainly be a sizable ham radio operator community in this area.
Yes, yes.
Although I'm not sure that you and them would see eye to eye politically.
Yeah, come out to Idaho and work for the INL.
Oh, hell yeah.
Become a nuke.
Oh, hell yeah. You should do that. Mm-hmm. Heck, even the janitor gets paid well there.
Yeah, but I mean, he would rock the INL market.
He would. And what's one of the interesting things about being out west that I didn't realize was that the low population means that there's a whole lot of unskilled people who have had to learn how to do their jobs. Like, it's really hard to get highly qualified talent out here. So while you might see ads that say, nuclear engineer or nuclear fusion technician or any number of like, you know, independent network or software analyst individuals, there's nobody out here that has the level of education that they're asking for. When they ask for like 3 years of relevant experience, they're really asking for a warm body that actually knows what they're doing. So, yeah, lots of jobs open in the West for skilled people. You just have to be okay with living in remote areas.
Pretty much had to quit ham radio for a while in South Carolina. Aw.
Yeah, my understanding is that the ham radio... Right? No, actually, it's exactly that way. Master's degree, you know, master's degree preferred will consider relevant experience.
Listen,
Yep, patting on the back. Big old slapperoo.
talked my way into a job like that when I was in Maryland, so I don't know what to say.
Well, and that's the thing, is that you actually you've interviewed by people.
Yeah.
And they saw your potential. Also, with the huge push for standardized degrees, or I should say the degree mill, the generation of our parents and the Xers just after that feel like the college degrees that people were getting didn't prepare anybody for the workforce. So people were paying like 4 times the amount that their parents were for college degrees and getting less competency out of that piece of paper. Mm-hmm. So...
Yeah, 'cause this is depressing.
Yep, that's straight too far into politics. So let's talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Seamus, I would like you to pick a topic, and we will...
Ask him about that thing, the gorilla ants.
Oh, he knows what an Umber Hulk is.
Seamus, do you know what an Umber Hulk is? That is true, Seamus.
It is, getting past the keyword filters.
Yeah.
Because everything's like, yeah.
Not here, though.
No, not here. Here
That's not
it's
a thing
here.
here.
It's whether or not they'll actually find your application buried on their desk again.
Do you have... I'm sorry. There's some discrimination against last names here.
There is.
Like, do you have a funny name? Funny last name?
And by funny, what they're saying is names that are part of a subset of names that have been classically Wyoming names by their estimation.
I remember Mom was wondering if you were having a hard time because of your last name.
I
Or
have no
our
doubt.
last name, I mean.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
I have no doubt.
Polish. What is that?
What's funny is that even though people say that, Polish last names are pretty ubiquitous. They're all over the United States. Finding a ski or a Czech anything, or a Vich, a ski, a Czech, or a Vich is pretty common.
I was on the phone with one of my vendors, and he got real excited when I spelled out my last name. And he asked me if I was Estonian?
Yeah.
Is that a thing? Must be.
Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine,
Okay,
Belarus.
Yeah, he asked me if it was Estonian.
It's along that Baltic corridor.
He got really excited because apparently people with our spelling live in Estonia, and that's his where his grandfather came from. And I'm like, oh, I'm really sorry, buddy, it's Polish. We figure it got changed when everybody came over because it was probably WICZ Wix.
Oh yeah, SIENK WCTZ.
CTZ. All right,
Yeah.
who knows? Oh yeah, Umber Hulks are bad news.
Indeed,
At least somebody
Laura.
knows what it is.
See-
And Laura does too.
Yep.
I had no idea what it was. He's trying to tell me it's this gorilla beetle. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Gorilla beetle?
A hypnotic gorilla beetle.
A hypnotic gorilla beetle.
Because
Man.
after attacks, you don't remember what happens.
With 6 arms. I was thinking big old, like, beefy gorilla arms, right? Like 4 gorilla arms and his feet.
You know, that would actually make more sense, and I think canonically I would have them that way.
And then with the gorilla face, and then with the,
compound eyes.
The compound eyes. Like, that seems way scarier than what you showed me. Always scarier in your head, right?
Right. A Kleindenst and a Jansowitz. Jansowitz. Yes.
Yanaskevich.
Yanaskevich, thank you. His students call him Dr. J. Sorry, it's that J. Listen, I just butchered it because I mean, once again, these names getting anglicized, and it didn't help that my great grandfather was the one who anglicized it. He's like, I spell it and maybe think this way, and it ends up coming Sensevich. I'm like, God dang it. For a long time, I thought when I was going to be an adult, I would go to the trouble of changing it back to quote unquote the native spelling. But
we didn't.
No, and I'm not going to.
Man, when we got married, that would have been the opportunity, dude. Because I was getting everything changed. We could have just changed all of your stuff.
And no, solidarity in the family.
Alright, that's fair. That's fair.
Solidarity.
We could have gotten everybody to do it, though.
I don't think so.
No?
No. I think some of them would rather change the name to Hoffman.
Oh. Well.
Yes, emphasis on the ski. Yanaskevich. There it is. See, this feels like it's gonna drop into like an 80s, love ballad.
Dude, this is why I love this stuff, right? I'm super nostalgic for it. I'm like, yes, just groove out to these tunes, dude. Like I said, it's everything that the 80s wanted to be, but could never manage.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Although, this does remind me of a Freddie Mercury song called Radio Gaga.
A little bit.
Like
I know
the
about
bass
Radio
beat,
Gaga.
Yeah. Pronounced Smith.
Right? I was talking to him about, that with like Welsh names.
Yes, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
And then the British Empire, but it's like, you're Jones now.
Oh, shit. Yeah. So I'm thinking when we get our close-up cameras, we're gonna keep the side that you've got, like the size for your close-up, and then I'm gonna like take like this up for the kitties, right? And actually have that about that much space. And then do you see the boop the snoot? That's about how big I want the little miniature thing to be, just like right there.
Fair enough.
And then your face and my face can be your face.
Fair enough. Well, it can also be your face too.
No.
We need your face as well.
My face is the cat's.
That's not fair. You need to have your face on screen too.
No, I'll have a picture of me on there.
All right.
Because the cats are super important.
No, I veto that.
Laura says my last name is Scottish, apparently, but my mom's side is Swedish. Ooh.
Well, that leaves for a lot of weird vowel changes.
Yeah, it does.
Seamus says that Radio Gaga is one of those songs against which he has no defense.
I don't blame you. It's a good song.
You ready, Freddie?
You ready, Freddie?
Just saying, people want to see your mug too.
Nah. I'll update the pictures. I'm certain people want to see the cats more.
I'm not gonna write anything on this right now. I'm erasing everything I try. So it's time for a different project, which we may or not get very deep into. But yeah. Anyway.
We see your mug. It's right there on the table. Thank you, Seamus. It's my favorite paint mug. It's been with me since I began painting miniatures.
Minus 100 XP for Seamus' D&D character.
I give you back 150.
I take away 250.
You get my inspiration.
God damn it! You have no power here.
Yes, I do. I'm the one sleeping with the DM. I wish you guys could see his face.
Yeah, fuck you, lady.
Yeah, maybe later.
Yeah. Anyway, but this is going away now. We're gonna have to figure out what we're working on now. The sleeping dog. Those are always fun to work on.
I gotta say, I'm really enjoying painting with you. This feels a lot more comfortable than our streams have been in the past.
Oh yeah, because it gives you something to do instead of just monitor the chat, which is always a little bit nerve-wracking.
Right? Monitoring the chat and then being like the weird voice in the corner.
Oh, there you are. Oh,
Like the weird Greek chorus, you know?
Yeah. I think we're gonna pull out the old Dungeon Masters, or I'm sorry, the Monster Manual.
Nice. I'm trying to replace the you-know-what with Greek chorus.
The what?
The you-know-what. The gallery.
I know, but I don't understand.
I'm trying to replace that particular idiom in my lexicon with Greek chorus.
I see, yes. So we're all growing up when we're learning about cultural sensitivity like no other time in history before, and we realize that so many idioms we have are based upon Jim Crow and slavery,
Right.
and we never freaking knew
I'm
it.
just going to say it so nobody's confused. It's peanut gallery.
Yeah, peanut gallery is literally a Jim Crow era pejorative.
And I use it so much in my regular speech. And then once finding it out, it's like, wow, I've got to like cycle that out and put something else in. So I'm using Greek chorus because it's funny to me.
I agree.
Yeah.
Or you could just say the chorus line or any other
Chorus
number
line,
of
yeah,
things
anything
associated
like
with that.
Yeah.
You know that whole idea of the gallery was actually reinforced for our parents' generation by the show Howdy Doody. Mm-hmm. Because that's where everybody else was. That's where all the kids were. They were in the peanut gallery.
Yeah. Whoops, noted. Yeah,
Yep.
right? You just don't know. We don't know.
Right?
We didn't know, you know?
There's a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems obvious now, but we both grew up where we didn't...
and Seamus even used it here. Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Yeah, dude, we don't judge.
There's no judgment. 'cause
Social
nobody-
change comes gently.
Yeah, it's like, you just don't...
Same
would
here,
we
Seamus.
know?
I only knew it from Howdy Doody as well.
Yeah. How would we know?
Oh, so I've been updating my Monster Manual, and you guys are getting a sneak peek from Monday. So Monster Manual's full of unfilled illustrations, the dinosaur section being the worst. Dear Mr. Gygax and all of his editorial genius said, we're just going to throw in these monsters. We're going to throw in dinosaurs to fill out the page count. They really, really stretched themselves at some point. Like, it throws me that they put down 2 separate entries, one for Mammoth and one for Mastodon.
What? Really?
They did, but then they also had another entry called Herd Animal, and the illustration is that of a giraffe. So it's like they got real specific about some things, and then they made just blatant. It's like we just need something to fit here, and I think some of it was based a lot on formatting. Like we need another H in here. What can fit here? You know, and nobody was ever going to use that one. So as much as I love the old Monster Manual, as an adult, I see its formatting and, clerical errors. But it's almost a kind of charm. It's nostalgia. But anyway, I've been filling it with my own illustrations, and one of the ones that's going to get posted on Monday is the Elasmosaurus, which is what I would call a Loch Ness monster. It's the one that has really, really big teeth. Now, this is my sort of comic book illustration, but they assumed the Elasmosaurus ate small marine fish and mammals and would catch them with their needle-like teeth.
I just want you to know I'm the one in control of the chat here. Seamus is hilarious. By
He
the way.
is. Well, of course they have, wildly different members. So anyway, I've got the Elasmosaurus. I'm going to probably do another dinosaur here soon. I'm partially way through the gelatinous cube.
Ooh.
But I'm not happy with what I've got going so far. I'm probably going to erase it a bit because there's a very specific. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Like I'm okay. I'm happy with the actual cube and how that's going to look. Well, to a point. I think I'm going to need to elongate the cube.
Sorta.
Anyway, but the point is that it's such an iconic monster that I refuse to have that one look bad. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of trying to keep that one. I'm trying to keep that one in the back pocket when I'm ready for it. So yeah, that's the size of the cube. But here on the lower part of this page, we have Ghoul and we have Ghast. And a Ghast is actually a more threatening, dangerous version of a Ghoul. But rather than, fill out that space with multiple illustrations, they just literally say, these creatures are so like ghouls as to be completely indistinguishable. What a cop-out, man. I get it. They didn't want to...
They actually wrote that? That's
First line,
crazy.
These creatures are so like ghouls as to be completely indistinguishable. So rather than...
Oh my God. That's
rather than actually
ridiculous.
just make them... Because they've got other monsters here where... here's an example. I thought I saw one. Well, here it is. Herd animal. Yeah. We're just going to put a picture of a giraffe here. But,
I guess he's a herd animal.
yeah, okay, so here's an example. Hyena. With hyena in this book, hyena and giant hyena, or Hyanodon, which is apparently the prehistoric version of that, they have two columns here. And they did that with a lot of animals that appeared to have, people thought that they were pretty common. So everybody knew what a quote-unquote hyena was. Thanks to National Geographic, by 1975, so many... I love the comic with the guy paints a couple of big rocks and chunks into the... Yes.
I didn't mean to throw your groove off there.
No, it's fine. I was responding to Seamus. Yeah, it's exactly it. So hyena is here. You don't need an illustration by their metric. So they're going to have literally two types of hyena in one facing entry. But then, go all the way back to the bloody whatever I was on. I've forgotten. I have had my groove thrown off.
Ghast?
Ghast and Ghoul. Yes, thank you. Ghoul and Ghast. But they needed the page space chewed up. And I don't really know, I know enough about old school editing to know that there are these formatting problems and that a lot of them don't really show up until you've started building pages. But I'm also disappointed that there wasn't more effort put into that. But hey, new company. I mean, this is for a company that started in somebody's basement 3 years, 4 years. For a company that started in somebody's basement 4 years before, this is a pretty quality product. So
5 years, sir. 5.
78. This book came out in 78.
I'm teasing.
And really, this book came out in November, so it really was it was less than 3 years that they were developing this. And I mean, it's amazing that Dungeons & Dragons even became a thing at all, because they were charging the equivalent of $50 for a box the size of a sheet, for a box that wasn't even the size of a standard sheet of paper. It was 10 by 6 or something, that had 3 hand-stitched manuals in it. They were charging $50 for the equivalent of what a magazine would be today. It's crazy.
That is crazy.
And yes, it was the Friday afternoon page. But the idea was so revolutionary, and that's why I really still hold to the finish not perfect and just get your stuff out there. Because if people like it, they will look past it. the more I watch B movies, the more I see all of these efforts that are like, oh my god, how did they get away with that? Because we're so conditioned that everything has to be perfect and lightning in a bottle for anybody to even be mildly interested. And the truth is that so many people just labor in obscurity, even with their incredible, products, ideas, and art that never see the light of day, either because of malicious individuals keeping them off. Yeah, the cheap ass games format there, Seamus. Either because of malicious people being threatened by their quality or their idea, or just because of the volume. Not everybody. The cream might always rise to the top.
Oh, stretchums.
Oh, stretchums. The cream might always rise to the top, but not all of the cream makes it, onto the shelf. Anyway, that's my rant. Over and out. Some of my favorite monsters in here. Neo Atyug. In my opinion,
that illustration, man.
Right? This is by the ubiquitous David Sutherland. David Sutherland and David Trampier did, I want to say, 90% of the illustrations here. And then there was another one, a woman illustrator who did several of them. And I've forgotten her name. It starts with, I think it's Darlene. Darlene, there it is. Darlene did, and she's uncredited. So the cover of this edition, which was actually printed in like 1980, is by Jeff Easley. And you can see Jeff Easley is just, head and shoulders, like miles ahead of these guys. He was a real professional artist, and man, Jeff Easley's my hero. Most of the classic 1980s D&D art really that sings to me is from Jeff Easley. But when it comes to old school black and white illustrations, it's like the Carnivorous Ape and the Axe Beak here by David Trampier.
Good old Uncle Dat.
Good old Uncle Dat. And of course, Aerial Servant. So another element of the monster manual that I find just so charmingly annoying is that if something could be implied as being invisible, it got no illustration because it was invisible or translucent.
Atyug, trash octopus. Yes.
Yes, the Atyug, the trash octopus.
That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, Seamus, I actually had the one that had the David Sutherland cover, and I thought that was the main one. The David Sutherland art for the original AD&D Monster Manual players. Actually, no, the Monster Manual and the Dungeon Master's Guide. I was always disappointed in them. Like it is really amateurish, and I know people have a real love for David Sutherland. But even growing up, like I could tell the difference in quality between David Trampier and David Sutherland. Like, I mean, you can just look at it right here. So I know it's hard to sell on the camera, but this is an Ankh-Egg from David Trampier, and he has a much tighter and cleaner style. And then some people might say comic book art, but this is what inspires me, and I try to draw like this, although to varying degrees of success. I want to say that my skill level is somewhere between David Sutherland and David Trampier. Trampier is really clean and he knows what he's doing with like shading and stuff like that. Sutherland is doing his best. Sutherland looks, I hate to say it, like that 16-year-old has raw talent and an understanding of the medium that with some real training could really be a great illustrator. But for all of us growing up, he did the job. Finished, not perfect. He got his stuff published. So I am never going to discredit him. And sadly, both of these gentlemen died way too early. Trampier died in 2014, shortly after I got into doing my art, which was kind of crushing. He had been AWOL for years and years after his falling out with the original D&D company TSR. Somebody had done an expose of him in 2003 where he was driving a taxi cab, and it was like the first time he'd been heard of. People assumed he was dead already, but he was driving a taxi cab in Ohio. And then he came out of the woodwork. His art started showing back up again, and he was getting ready to start doing cons and shows again, get back into his art, mostly because his health was failing, and unfortunately, his health got to him. So he stands for me as a lesson.
A cautionary tale.
A cautionary tale. Do what you love, and don't let anger, resentment, or even just insecurity get in the way of it. And unfortunately, David Sutherland, although not as severe, also had kind of a tragic scenario where he tried to stay within the industry, but he wasn't able to stay relevant, and he also had health issues that ended up taking him down.
Invisible equals easy day for the art department.
Yay! One of the reasons why I like early medieval illumination is because I can reasonably aspire to that level of proportion and artistic representation. And you know what? I like medieval illumination because it's not just hacks. At a certain point, it becomes a deliberate style, and you can tell. You can tell because there's a subtlety to some of the lines and some of the placement. Like, you can definitely tell when there are amateur artists that are doing illumination, or when illumination first begins to be a thing as opposed to tapestries. Like, I think the best example is the 13th century illumination you see, like, for things like illustrations of the Magna Carta or in religious texts. They move away from the geometric shapes of, like, the Book of the Kells into all that classy stuff that you would associate with the Book of the Kells, and then move into, like, more comic book art in the margins. And you can tell when somebody is actually a pretty good artist, but they are adhering to a style. Anyway, so Giant Beaver was another illustration I did, which I'm actually kind of pleased about. It's not the greatest piece of art I ever did, but I think it's a funny pun. Because, there's a giantess taking a bath in the background. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we're just filling it up slowly. I don't know what I'm going to work on right now. And in fact, actually, it's almost 10 o'clock. I think I talked myself right up to the end of the show.
That's okay.
Oh, here, I'll give you... The last thing I'll do is the other sneak peek for Monday that I'm going to post. This is a giant eagle, flightless bird. Where are you? That was the goblin and the goat. Oh, hey, Caleb! Thank you! Now, here's the other sneak peek for Monday. A hippopotamus.
Hippo. Yep.
And I don't think you can have a hippo without it being in water and without it, like, flipping somebody, tits over tea kettles.
That's pretty badass. Just saying.
I mean, I wouldn't want to fight a hippo with a sword or a spear. Yay, Caleb! Hope you're doing okay, brother.
I do not want you to get onto my keyboard, dude.
But I want to, Moms.
I know. It's hard to back up. You can redirect, my kitty.
Oh, come here, buddy. I got your legs. I got your legs. Just come here. I got your legs.
He says no.
Yeah, there we go. You redirect him enough. Anyway, I think I'm about ready to call it a night, honestly.
I'm thinking so. It's about 10. We've been streaming since 6, so it's pretty good, right? 4 hours.
I agree. 4 hours is indeed a good amount of time. Mm-hmm. I really want to thank everybody here who did this little experiment with us on Facebook. I'd like to thank Laura. I'd like to thank
YouTube. We're on YouTube tonight.
Oh, right. I'd like to thank everybody for enjoying this little experiment with us on YouTube. The both streaming sites, the U and the Tube.
The U and Tube. Yeah, we've really enjoyed having you guys, whether or not you were in chat or if you're lurking. We really appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Had a really good time hanging out, talking Dungeons and Dragons, and doing some art. We're hoping to make this a regular thing. Still haven't decided what platform we're going to do.
I definitely say that right now Facebook is kind of in the lead position, though. If I'm gonna be
Laura.
honest.
Sure, appreciate that.
Oh, well, thank you. I really do appreciate that, Laura. That makes me happy. To know that we are listenable.
Yes, we're providing somewhat entertaining content.
All right, everybody. You know where to find us. Uncharted Territory.
I did include both our Facebook address and our new storefront address in the description of the live stream. So if you want to follow us on social media, you can go ahead and follow us on Facebook, because that's where everything happens for us.
That's where everything happens.
That's where everything happens. Next weekend, you won't be working, so you'll be able to do it without having to be sneaky. Nice.
Right on, Seamus.
Nice. Well, I hope you guys have a good evening, and we'll see you next time.
Take care, everybody. Good night.